Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I call Alice Perkins, please?
Yes.
If you'd like to repeat after me. I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. If you'd like to take a seat.
Thank you.
Ms. Perkins, before Mr. Beer begins to ask you questions, there's something I need to tell you about, and that is that under our law, a witness at a public inquiry has the right to decline to answer a question put to her by any lawyer or by me if there is a risk that the answer to that question would incriminate the witness. This legal principle is known in shorthand form as the privilege against self-incrimination. I consider that fairness demands that I remind you of that principle before you give your evidence. However, I need to tell you that it is for you to make clear to me, in respect of any question put to you, that it is your wish to rely upon the privilege. If, therefore, any questions are put to you by anyone or by me which you do not wish to answer on the ground that to answer the question might incriminate you, you must tell me immediately after such question is put. And at that point, I will consider your objection and thereafter rule upon whether your objection to answering the question should be upheld. Am I right in thinking, Ms. Perkins, that you are represented by lawyers here today?
Yes.
Well then, if the issue relating to self-incrimination arises, they are entitled to assist you, so that if at any stage during the questioning you wish to consult your lawyers about the privilege, you must tell me, and then I can consider whether that is appropriate. Do you understand all that?
I do.
Thank you very much. Then over to you, Mr. Beer.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Perkins. My name is Jason Beer, and I ask questions on behalf of the inquiry. Can you tell us your full name, please?
I'm Alice Elizabeth Perkins.
Thank you. Before we start the questions, I should say that there's a fire alarm at 10 a.m. today. It is a drill, and therefore we're all going to remain in the room whilst the fire alarm procedure takes place. Before I ask you my questions, I understand there's something that you wish to say. Is that right?
There is.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. I realise that the words that I'm about to use may not be acceptable to some people, and I understand that, but they are sincerely meant. I want to apologise to all the sub-postmasters and mistresses and their families who have suffered at the hands of the post office. I have some understanding of what people have been through and the different ways in which their lives were wrecked over so very, very many years. I'm more sorry than I can say that despite serious efforts on my part to get to the bottom of what was going on, I did not succeed in doing so during my 4 years at the post office, and therefore the suffering of those affected was prolonged.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Perkins, you kindly made a witness statement, which is very detailed. It's 232 pages long. It's dated the 26th of March, 2024. And can we look at the last page of it, please? Mm-hmm. For the record, the transcript, the URN is WITN 00740100. So the last page is 232.
Yeah. Yes.
Is that your signature?
It is.
And are the contents of the witness statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They were when I signed that.
Yes.
Yes.
Are they now?
Yes.
Good. Thank you. That witness statement will be uploaded to the inquiry's website for everyone if they're interested in it, to read it. I'm not going to ask you detailed questions about every part of it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I start then with your background and experience? You were the chair of the board of the Post Office between September 2011 and July 2015, is that right?
Yes.
As chair, you were contracted to work 2 days per week.
Yes.
But you explained that you, in fact, worked more than that.
Yes.
In terms of your background, you're a history graduate. Upon graduation in 1971, you joined the civil service, and then you worked, is this right, for the DHSS, the DSS, the Treasury, the Department of Health, and finally the Cabinet Office.
Yes.
You left the civil service in 2005, becoming a non-executive director of a company called TNS and then BAA.
Yes.
Thank you. And you tell us in your witness statement, there's no need to turn it up, it's paragraph 19, that you had no direct experience of managing a company operating a large IT system. Is that right?
It is.
What impact did the absence of direct experience of managing a large IT system or a company that operated a large IT system have on your work in the Post Office?
It had the effect that I wasn't familiar with the language, the IT language, I think you could say. And therefore, when we were discussing IT issues, I didn't have the same instincts which I would have had I been dealing with a subject with which I was familiar. So I think that there are two things here. One is that the technical terms were unfamiliar, but that secondly, I could rely on instincts developed over the years in respect of very many of the things that I was dealing with at the Post Office, but I did not have those instincts in relation to IT.
Would you agree, however, and here I'm quoting Lord Arbuthnot, that the issues raised by the scandal relate to more than an IT system? They relate to the behaviour of people within the Post Office, the behaviour of people within Fujitsu and the government and the legal system.
Yes.
You tell us in your witness statement, it's paragraph 441, no need to turn it up, that you did not seek out board members with specialist expertise in criminal prosecutions or technical knowledge of large IT solutions.
Yes.
Why?
Because when I was first at the Post Office, which was in July 2011, the mandate that I was given was set out very clearly by the chairman of the Royal Mail Group, Donald Brydon, and subsequently set out at great length by the then Secretary of State in January 2015 in a 6-page letter where he covered, if you like, the government's vision for the Post Office, the need to turn it round from a loss-making organisation into one that was breaking even, the requirement to modernise and so on. I won't go on at length, but it is all set out there. And what I was looking for was a board of non-executive directors who would be equipped to deal with that agenda. And at that time, I did not understand, at the very beginning, when I was selected and appointed, I didn't know anything about this issue at all. It emerged as I joined the Post Office in my induction, but in those early months when I was looking for non-executive directors, I had no idea that this was going to turn out to be the issue that it has turned out to be.
It emerged quite quickly, though, didn't it?
It emerged in the sense that a couple of people, well, 2 or 3 people raised it, in the first few months, 2 of them in, I think, September 2011. And then Lord Arbuthnot approached me in early 2012. So I became aware that there was an issue, but I didn't understand the scale of this issue or the complexity of it.
By the time the second site investigation was set up in mid-2012, it must have been clear, mustn't it, that this was a very significant issue for the company?
Yes.
At that point, never mind at the beginning, did you consider whether the board had adequate expertise on it in relation to matters concerning either the criminal prosecution of staff or IT knowledge?
So there was one member, non-executive member of the board, who was the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, who did have experience of transformational programs dependent on IT. And that was one of the reasons why I was keen to appoint him. But to answer your question, technical, detailed IT expertise, no. And I'm afraid that question was not one that came into my mind at that point.
You tell us in your witness statement, it's also paragraph 441, had such expertise been available to inform our board discussions, we might have been better equipped to test the information being presented to us regarding the integrity of the Horizon software and the safety of the prosecutions of sub-postmasters. Are you saying that there is a possibility that the scandal may have been averted had the composition of the board been different?
I don't know the answer to that question.
You raise this as a reflection.
Yes, it's possible.
Had the expertise been different,
yes,
then we may have been better able to test the information
yes,
being given to us by executives.
Yes, I think we would have been better able to test that information. I think that is undoubtedly true. Whether that would then have led to the outcome everybody would now have wanted, I can't say.
Can we turn, you've mentioned it already, to your induction?
Yeah.
And one of the things that happened in the very first month of you attending a board meeting, September 2011, is you had a meeting with Angus Grant.
Yes.
He was the partner at Ernst & Young handling the post office account, is that right?
Yes.
And was this a one-to-one meeting?
Yes.
I.e. it was a meeting without any post office executives present?
Yes.
And I think this would have been one of your very first meetings on appointment as chair of the post office, i.e. very early in your tenure?
Yes.
In what circumstances was the meeting arranged? Why was it arranged?
It was part of my induction. I asked for advice when I first arrived about who I should meet. A lot of the meetings were internal meetings with post office executives, but a lot of them were with people outside the company, and it seemed to be, the obvious thing to do to talk to one of the auditors, to talk to the audit partner.
And who advised you to talk to the audit partner?
I think I'd have asked. I can't remember exactly, but I think I would have asked for that.
Right. You would wish to pay, I suspect, very careful attention to what Mr. Grant told you.
Yes.
He was independent of the post office.
Yes.
He was a professional person.
Yes.
He was part of a regulated profession.
Yes.
He, would you agree, would be exactly the type of person who would give you, or may give you, information which company executives might not?
Absolutely.
Indeed, that's the very purpose, or one of the very purposes, of independent auditors. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Can we look, please, at WITN 0074 0122, and it'll come up on the screen for you.
Yeah.
This is a handwritten note, is this right, that you took of the meeting?
I don't know whether I wrote these notes as he was talking or whether I wrote them afterwards.
So they're either contemporaneous notes, i.e. you jotted things down as
Yeah.
he spoke,
Yeah.
or the meeting ended and then you wrote the note up at some point afterwards.
Yes.
And is this in sort of a post office notebook?
Yes.
We'll just pause there.
Attention, please. Attention, please.
Thank you. I think we can see that this is a post office notebook if we just pan out a little bit. The logo in the bottom left, a symbol in the bottom right, and then one of those messages in the top right-hand
Yeah.
corner. We do not see things as they are. We see them as we are. Can we look halfway down the note, please? And it's about 2/3 of the way down the page there, and it starts with the words "with Fujitsu." Can you see that?
Yeah.
I wonder if that can be highlighted. It's the 7th clip, that's it. Does that read, with Fujitsu, Post Office drove a very hard bargain on price, but they took back on quality stroke assurance?
Yes.
I want to ask you about all of the note that follows
Okay.
that sentence, and in particular 3 things. Starting with that very sentence, with Fujitsu, Post Office drove a very hard bargain on price, but they took back on quality stroke assurance. Firstly, is that Mr. Grant, the partner at Ernst & Young, speaking?
Yes.
That's something that he said to you?
Or words to that effect, yes.
Yes. Do you understand that what you were being told was that the Post Office had driven a hard bargain with Fujitsu on the price of Horizon?
Yeah, that's what he was telling me, yes.
But that Fujitsu, for its part, had compromised on the quality of Horizon?
Yes.
I.e. they, Fujitsu, had taken back on quality?
That's what I would have understood him to be saying at the time, yes.
And that they, Fujitsu, had taken back on assurance? They had compromised on the assurance that they could give as to Horizon?
Yes.
That's a very significant message to have received,
Yes.
wasn't it?
It was.
Would you agree that's the first significant message you received in this meeting?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at what
The
goes
top
before,
bit.
but yeah, but I think yes.
And then the next part, we should read it as well. Chris, I think that's Chris's role in relation to procurement. Is that a reference to Mr. Day?
I think so, it must be.
I.e. the newly appointed financial director for the Post Office?
Yes.
Chris's role in relation to procurement, very close relationship with Mike Young. Yes. On that, and this isn't central, but I just want to get your evidence on it, is that Mr. Grant saying that Chris Day had a very close relationship to Mike Young, or Ernst & Young had a very close relationship to Mike Young?
I can't remember. I think it's probably a reference to Chris Day.
Okay.
But I can't be sure.
And then RMG, Royal Mail Group, good procurement, Kath Harmiston, is that right?
Yes.
IT have made progress getting documentation and process better. Then this is the second thing I want to ask you about. You've written Horizon dash is a real risk for us. And then as sub-points, does it capture data accurately? Cases of fraud. Suspects suggest it's a systems problem.
Yeah.
Can I look firstly then at what that means? As to the sentence which says Horizon is a real risk for us, does the us, to your understanding, refer to Ernst & Young or the Post Office?
Ernst & Young.
And so Ernst & Young were saying to you directly that Horizon to them was a real risk?
To them, yes.
That's a very significant piece of information to receive, isn't it?
Yes.
You would agree that if the computer system, which 11,900 post office branches use at this time, as we often hear on a daily basis, to process millions of transactions worth billions of pounds a year, is a real risk to the independent professional auditors, then it's also a real risk to the Post Office too, isn't it?
I think that when I was listening to this, one of my very first meetings, I interpreted this point as a point from the perspective of the auditors and their ability to audit the accounts. I don't think, wrongly, that I would have made the connection to the operation of Horizon at the branch level. I'm not sure I would have made that connection. But I think you're coming on to the next point.
Yes. Doesn't one follow the other?
I realise now, yes, but I don't think. I mean, I remember something about this meeting, and I don't remember that was the connection that I made at the time.
But why not? Isn't it rather straightforward and obvious? If the auditors are saying that the computer system is a real risk for them, i.e. it may affect their ability to sign off the audit, there may be something wrong with the computer system. And if there's something wrong with the computer system, that's important for the Post Office itself in its day-to-day business.
Yes, I see that absolutely clearly. But I think what I'm trying to say to you is at the time, I've been in the role for a few weeks. I'm absorbing a great deal of information. And I don't recall making the link, the weight of that link in that way, if I can put it like that.
The two lines that are underneath, it's a real risk for us, are they essentially bullet points explaining some of the reasons why Horizon was seen as a real risk for Ernst & Young?
The 2 bullet points.
Yes.
You mean...
So one starting, does it capture? And the next starting, cases of fraud.
Okay. So the first of those, does it capture data accurately? I am clear that that was said from the Ernst & Young auditing perspective. The second one was a different point. What Angus Grant was saying to me was that there had been cases of fraud and that some of the suspects thought that this was a systems problem.
So they're not sub-particulars of is a real risk for us, only the first of them is?
For Ernst & Young, yes. Yeah.
The first bullet point, as I've called it then, the way you've written it suggests that this is a concern being raised by Ernst & Young rather than something that the suspects suggest, which is the next bullet point, yes?
Yes.
Again, on its own, that is rather significant information to receive, isn't it?
Yes.
The auditor questioning whether the Horizon system captures data accurately.
Yes.
You say in your witness statement, in relation to this, I'm not going to turn it up at the same time, Angus Grant had identified Horizon as a real risk for his audit team, and they had to provide assurance that the system was capturing data accurately.
Yes.
Maybe we should look at it at the same time. It's witness statement, page 48, please. We just look at the foot of page 47 first. The very last sentence on page 47 is, my note of the meeting would suggest that Angus Grant had identified Horizon as a real risk for his audit team, which is what you've told us today.
Yeah.
And that they had to provide assurance that the system was capturing data accurately. That's not recorded in the minute, is it? Or the note?
No.
Instead, what's recorded in the note is a different point, which is an issue being raised by Ernst & Young as to whether Horizon captures data accurately, not saying, and we had to provide assurance that it was.
I think what I'm saying in the witness statement is kind of a follow-on. So he had identified Horizon as a real risk for his audit team. Whether he then went on to say they had to provide assurance that the system was capturing data accurately, I think is a thought that comes from later papers about the management, about the annual report and accounts.
Yes, well, if we can put aside thoughts that came later as a result of management papers and reports, you've suggested in your witness statement that Angus Grant had said that Ernst & Young had to provide assurance that the system was capturing data accurately. Are you rewriting history a little bit here?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I can see exactly why you're asking this question, but does it capture data accurately is there on the record. This wasn't I wasn't writing a verbatim note of everything he was saying. And I think the inference of this is he's questioning whether Horizon captured the data accurately. And if it didn't, then if they were going to audit the accounts, they would need to find a way around that.
That's not recorded at all. It doesn't. The note does not read as if he was saying, "and we have had work to do," or "and we will have work to do."
It doesn't say that. I completely agree with you. I think what I'm trying to say is that this wasn't a formal note of a meeting. It was a kind of me jotting down the key points that struck me.
But the point that you've remembered for your witness statement is not something that you jotted down,
No.
is it?
No.
Is it the case that you know that this note is deeply problematic for you because you did nothing with the information given to you?
As soon as I saw this, I realised that this was looked very, very different to me today compared with how it looked to me at the time. I haven't sought in any way in my witness statement to try and play games with the truth. I'm on oath and I signed this in good faith as something that I believe to be true.
In fact, you didn't do anything with the information that he gave you.
I don't accept that.
Your witness statement does not address in any way how this information affected you or your conduct, does it?
Not at this point, no, not directly, but it did affect my conduct.
You received 3 pieces of information which you've accepted were significant very early in your tenure. And you don't say in your witness statement what you did with them, do you?
No.
Does
Not in terms here, no.
Does that reflect the fact that you never raised the 3 pieces of information that I've highlighted given to you by Mr. Grant with anyone after this one-to-one with Mr. Grant?
I simply can't remember who I would have spoken to immediately after this meeting. What I was doing at the time was meeting a great number of people who were giving me a lot of information about the post office, which I had never previously worked in before. And I was trying to assimilate that and make sense of it. Because I had never previously heard of Horizon or of the cases of the sub-postmasters, this didn't ring the kind of alarm bells to me that it would obviously ring if I had, or thinking about this now. But it did absolutely inform how I thought about the post office's relationship with Fujitsu. And when, in a couple of other instances, the question of Horizon and the cases of the sub-postmasters was raised with me, that it started to emerge in my mind as a real issue.
You don't describe anywhere in your witness statement you telling any other person about what Mr. Grant said to you. Does that reflect the fact that you didn't tell any other person?
It reflects the fact that I simply don't remember.
Did you discuss this with Paula Venables?
I don't know whether I would have discussed this. I don't think that I would have discussed with Paula Venables the content of every single meeting that I was having at that point. I think that this would have made me realise how important it was to recruit somebody as the chairman of the Audit and Risk Committee who was really competent to carry out that role. And it would have influenced how I thought about well, as I've already said, I'm repeating myself, how I thought about the relationship with Fujitsu and also thought about the finance, the running of the finance department.
Did you disclose this any information to anyone else at the post office?
I can't answer that question because I don't remember.
Did you report this information to the board?
At that stage, the board was in embryo. I think the answer is I didn't come to the next board meeting and discuss this with the then board.
The next board meeting, as you say in paragraph 95 there, is on the 10th of November 2021, poll 302-1502. No
Yeah.
need to display that. There's no record of you having told the board at that meeting of what Mr. Grant had told you.
No.
You tell us in your witness statement that when you were recruited, nobody told you that there was any problem with Horizon.
That's correct.
Were you surprised or taken back when you were told that there were problems with Horizon in one of your very first meetings?
I was absolutely on the alert about it, but I didn't know how to, the second of the bullet points, I didn't know how to weigh that at that point.
The auditors could plainly see that the Fujitsu product was problematic in terms of its quality, and their ability to give assurance of it, correct?
Yes.
Specifically in relation to data accuracy.
Yes.
Did you inquire why you hadn't been told this by anyone upon appointment?
Not at this point, no.
At any later point?
I think I was trying then to deal with events rather than having a kind of inquiry about why nobody had told me about this.
The second point under Horizon is a real risk for us, is cases of fraud. Suspects suggest it's a systems problem. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you expand on what you were told by Mr. Grant?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Was he drawing a link between the data accuracy issue and criminal prosecutions?
I did not see it that way at the time.
Why did you not see it that way at the time?
I'm a human being, and I didn't see it.
You're told in one sentence, Horizon is a real risk for us. You're told that the auditor has concerns that over whether it captures data accurately. And then you're told that suspects are suggesting that it's a systems problem. Aren't those things linked together?
Well, clearly now, they are absolutely linked together.
But clearly on the face of the page, they're linked together. One follows the next.
They weren't linked in that way in my mind at that time. Bear in mind that this was the very first time, although I'm not sure whether the day before I hadn't seen an email from Donald Bryden about Horizon and the private eye allegations. Those two things came very, very closely together. But this is the first time I'd ever heard of. Yeah, I had absolutely.
The private eye email comes 2 days later.
Okay.
We'll come to the private eye email in a moment.
But I mean, here, if I can just try to explain how this would have felt at the time. I'm newly appointed. I've not worked in the post office before. The post office covers an absolutely huge range of very different and very complex issues. And I'm trying to get up the learning curve as quickly as possible and absorb a whole lot of information, some of which is on subjects which are completely new to me, I'm not trying to make excuses for myself here, but I'm just trying to explain what it felt like. I didn't read Private Eye and I didn't read Computer Weekly. I just did not know. I mean, this is the first time that anybody had made this suggestion to me, and I simply did not weigh this in the way that, of course, everybody now, with the benefit of hindsight, looking back at this, would weigh it.
Doesn't the fact that you weren't imbued in the issues by reading Computer Weekly, reading Private Eye, make this more of a standout moment for you? This isn't part of a piece or a narrative that you already know about. This is the auditor saying, and it takes up half of your note, that Horizon's a real problem.
Yes. But I think what I'm trying to say here is that he was absolutely telling me that he thought Horizon had real problems, and he was explaining the background to that. But what was not jumping out at me in the way that it now would was the reference to the cases of fraud and the suspect suggesting it's a systems problem.
The next line is Post Office poll versus Fujitsu, naive, too nice. Is that right?
Yes.
Was the sense of what was being conveyed to you that the relationship between the Post Office and Fujitsu was too nice?
That the Post Office were being too nice in relation to Fujitsu. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it was the Post Office that were being naive?
Yes.
What did you think about what you were being told?
I wasn't entirely surprised because I think it is not uncommon for organisations contracting with IT companies to be at a disadvantage in relation to those IT companies. And I would therefore have been very concerned to know what Angus Grant's opinion was of the key individuals who would be dealing with this.
You tell us in your witness statement, it's paragraph 90, no need to turn it up. I recall from my earliest days with the Post Office that I had concerns about Fujitsu's relationship with Fujitsu and whether or not it was an equal relationship.
Yes.
Why did you have such concerns?
Partly because I think that's something that I, at a general sense, might have been looking for, but at least in part because of what Angus Grant was saying to me here.
In what way or ways did you consider the relationship to be unequal?
I think that it would have been to do with the scale of the people who would have been working in Fujitsu on this contract. It would have been to do with the level of, so numbers of people, experience of people, the fact that in departments and companies and organisations buying IT services, they have often hollowed out their own capability. And I knew that the procurement of IT systems relating to the Post Office up until that point had been handled in the Royal Mail Group, and that the Post Office was going to have to build its capability to stand on its own feet. And that those would have been things that I would have been concerned about.
You continue, Leslie Sewell knows what good looks like.
Yes.
And then over-dependence on Fujitsu.
Yes.
What did you mean by over-dependence on Fujitsu?
I think
What did Mr. Grant mean by over-dependence on Fujitsu?
I assume it's the gist of what I've just been saying. It's about the balance of, I suppose you could say, the balance of power and expertise, information as well.
Overall, would you accept that you were provided with 3 very significant pieces of information in the course of this meeting?
Yes.
would you accept that they ought to have conditioned your conduct thereafter?
Yes, and I think they did.
Can we turn, please, to both documents can come down. WITN 0074 0126. And if we look at the bottom of the page, please. So the meeting with Mr. Grant was on the 27th of September.
Yes.
And as I mentioned a moment ago, it was 2 days later that the private eye email arrived from Mr.
Yes.
Bryden, the 29th of September.
Yeah.
So it's an email from Mr. Bryden. So he was the chairman of the Royal Mail Group at this time.
He was.
And it's to Paula Venables and others, including you. The subject is a class action. And he says, Paula, I was a bit surprised to see the article in Private Eye this week about a class action by sub-postmasters. It may be a bit after the horse has bolted, but it may be appropriate to have an explicit litigation/legal report in the Post Office board papers for the future, obviously Alice's call. The article raises some questions about Horizon. I suspect the Audit and Risk Committee ought to take an interest. Have we ever had an independent audit of Horizon? Yes?
Yes.
Now, this is the very thing that you had been briefed about by Mr. Grant 2 days earlier, isn't it?
Yes.
It must have been quite concerning to have received this.
It was.
The last question that the chairman asks is, have we ever had an independent audit of Horizon?
Yes.
You knew at this time, it must have been fresh in your mind, that the independent auditors had concerns over the integrity of the data produced by Horizon.
Yes.
And so why did you not pipe up and say, in response to this, I've got some significant information that's relevant here?
I don't know why I didn't do that. The fact is, I didn't do that. I waited for Paula to respond to this. I think at this point I would have thought the question was addressed to her, and I wanted to hear what the Post Office executive's answer to that question was. I also remember thinking that the idea that we should have an explicit litigation report in the board papers was right, and we should do it.
If we scroll up to Paula Venables' reply, she says, you may remember this has reared its head before. I'll get a brief circulated for the new board members. In summary, each time any cases have gone to court, Post Office's position has been upheld. From memory, in at least 2 cases, fraud was proven with subsequent imprisonment. However, to avoid future doubt, Post Office took a decision several months ago to have Horizon and the newer Horizon Online independently verified by an external systems auditor. This is currently in process, and we should have the results at the end of next month. So this is an entirely reassuring message, isn't it?
Entirely reassuring.
Yes, it's one of a series of entirely reassuring messages that you received from senior executives in Post Office over the years, isn't it?
From the beginning to the end, yes.
You say that your role as chair of the board was, amongst other things, to challenge what you were being told by senior executives.
Yes.
Here you had the information, the ammunition with which to challenge, didn't you?
I had some information on which to challenge. Yes, I did.
You had good information on which to challenge,
Yes.
didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And so again, why did you not say, hold on, Paula, what about Ernst & Young? Don't you know about them?
I simply can't remember.
Did you just instead accept the reassurance that the chief executive gave in this email?
Yes, I did accept that.
And is that what happened consistently in your time? If somebody from the company gave you reassurance, you gladly accepted their reassurance?
Absolutely not.
On a related issue, you may have heard Miss Venables give evidence that she was unaware that the Post Office prosecuted its own sub-postmasters until mid-2012. Were you ever under the impression that before mid-2012, Miss Venables didn't appreciate that the Post Office was bringing its own prosecutions?
Sorry, could you say that
Yes.
again?
Were you ever under the impression that before mid-2012, Miss Venables didn't know that the Post Office prosecuted its own sub-postmasters?
No, I didn't know that.
Or there came a moment in mid-2012 when this new news was revealed to her that, in fact, the Post Office did prosecute its own sub-postmasters?
I have nothing to say to help with that, I'm afraid.
The private eye issue didn't entirely go away, did it?
No.
It was raised again by Les Owen, one of the non-executive directors, at a board meeting, wasn't it, in early January 2012?
It was, yeah.
Can we look at the minutes of the board meeting of the 12th of January 2012? Poll 302-1503. If we just quickly look, so minute of board, 12th of January 2012, see who's present amongst other people. You,
Yeah.
Les Owen, A. Ned, Paula Venables, Managing Director, Chris Day, Chief Financial Officer, Neil McCausland, Senior Independent Director, and then those who aren't members of the board but who are in attendance are listed. And then if we go to page 6, please. And look at the foot of the page, please. Under the heading Significant Litigation Report, Les Owen, so he's a director, asked for assurance that there was no substance to the claims brought by sub-postmasters which had featured in Private Eye. Susan Kryon explained that the sub-postmasters were challenging the integrity of the Horizon system. However, the system had been audited by Royal Mail Group internal audit with the reports reviewed by Deloitte. The audit report was very positive. The business has also won every criminal prosecution in which it has used evidence based on the Horizon system's integrity. And so at this meeting, you were told, according to the minute, that the system had been audited, yes?
Yes.
And you had been told that the system had been audited by Royal Mail Group internal audit, and that the reports, plural, had been reviewed by Deloitte. Yes?
Yes.
Now, I think you weren't shown a copy of the internal Royal Mail Group audit or audit reports at that meeting.
No, we weren't.
No.
I think because Les Owen, he brought it up. Probably, I'm sure he wouldn't have, as it were, pre-notified that he was
Yes.
going to bring that up.
So the internal audit or audits were not shown to you, nor the review or reviews of them by Deloitte.
No.
You tell us in your witness statement, and only to turn it up, it's paragraph 107, that you would have taken comfort from the fact that Deloitte, an extremely well-regarded firm of professionals, were said to have reviewed the internal audit reports.
Yes.
If we look at the entry at the foot of the page, Susan Kryon suggested that she clear the audit report, we're back to singular now, with the external lawyers, and if it's possible to give the report privilege status, it would be circulated to the board. Yes?
Yes.
Is that how it works in Post Office at this time, to your understanding? That if an existing document, a document that had already been typed up and there was a printed copy of it, it was in somebody's desk or in their drawer or on their computer, it was okay to give it to the board if that document could be given privileged status?
I simply don't know why she said that. what the reason was that she said that. And coming back to this afresh in preparation for my evidence of the inquiry, I'm afraid I'm mystified by it.
I mean, surely you as the board were entitled to see relevant documents.
Yes.
They didn't have to be privileged
Yes.
or given privileged status for them to be passed to the board.
I wouldn't have, I don't know. I wouldn't have thought so.
Now, you did subsequently receive a copy of the Royal Mail Group internal audit.
I did later, yes.
Yes, it was a single report. There was not more than one. Can we look at it, please? Poll 0010-7127. I think this is your personal copy, isn't it?
It was, yeah, it's my writing.
Yes, so this is the one that's marked up by you.
Yeah.
It's got your handwriting, as we can see at the top of it, and on the right-hand side, and there's some more handwriting further on in the document. Now, it's 9 pages long, this audit report or assurance review. That 9 pages includes the cover page. You'll see that it has been badged up as being legally privileged. Can you see that?
Yes.
Under the big black box,
Yeah.
legally privileged and strictly confidential, and then in the bottom left, legally privileged and strictly confidential on each page. Do you know why an internal audit would be badged up in this way?
No.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Beer, but what about the date, March 2012? The minutes were January, were they not?
Yes.
I'm just wondering if it's the same document as the minute refers to, that's all.
It is, sir, that there is in existence at the January meeting a copy of this document in draft. A date then gets put on it of February 2012, and then when it's provided to Ms. Perkins, the date of March 2012 is added.
All right, thank you.
We've seen discussion in the board meeting about giving the document privilege status. You've looked at this document recently, I think.
Yes, along with a great many others.
Yes. There isn't any mention in the document from start to finish about it being prepared for the purpose of litigation or being prepared for the purposes of receiving legal advice. Would you agree?
I take your word for it.
Yes.
I can't be certain without rereading it.
Anyway, you'd been told at the board meeting that Deloitte had reviewed this report, yes?
Yes.
And I don't think there's any mention in the document of them having reviewed it, is there?
No, and that was a great mystery to me when I came back to look at this. But I think I now understand.
What's your understanding?
I think I may be wrong about this, but I think I understand from a previous witness that this report was not independently reviewed by Deloitte as such, but that there had been somebody from Deloitte who had been seconded,
Yeah.
who had been part of the team.
And so that's very different from what you had been told at the board meeting.
Yes.
I think it's right that you saw no document at the time to say that Deloitte had reviewed this report, and if so, what the outcome of the review was.
No, there was no document. And when I came back to look at this recently, that was one of my questions was, well, where is this Deloitte report?
You've written Deloitte in the top right-hand corner at the time.
Yes.
And put a circle round it.
Yeah.
Was that a note to check about the so-called Deloitte review or so-called Deloitte assurance?
It's obviously in my mind is that we had been told that Deloitte had, whatever it was I said, reviewed this. And I guess I was trying in my mind to think, well, is this the Deloitte report, or is there a separate Deloitte report? But I'm afraid I can't remember. You know, I simply don't remember my thought process at the time.
And you know now that there was no Deloitte
I do know that now.
review, no Deloitte report.
I've only known that in the very recent past.
You've told us that given their status and professional independence, the fact that Deloitte had reviewed the report would have been an important factor for you.
Yes.
Wasn't it important to nail down that review at the time then?
Well, with the benefit of hindsight, absolutely. It would have been a very good thing to have nailed that down at the time, but I'm afraid that I didn't nail it down at the time.
Can we go to page 9 of the document, please? There is here a table in which the authors set out the extent to which progress had or had not been made against 10 issues raised by Ernst & Young in their 2010 to 2011 management audit. Yes?
Yes.
They were reported in a letter and accompanying report of August 2021, and you tell us in your witness statement that you're not sure whether you saw that at the time.
I don't think I could have seen that at the time.
In any event, this is a record of the progress that had or had not been made against the issues identified by Ernst & Young in their August 2011 management letter and report. You'll see that in relation to all 10 issues, none of them had been completed.
Yes.
And that in relation to 4 of them, including one which enjoyed an Ernst & Young risk rating of high, further work is required.
Yes.
This was presented at the January 2012 board meeting, as we've seen, as being very positive.
I don't think we saw the report.
No.
But
We've established that
the
already.
way it was described, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that how you read it, looking at it now?
Well, no, it's not how I would see it now. No.
It had been presented to the board at the meeting of January 2012 as being a review of the entire system.
Yeah.
You know now that that's incorrect. It wasn't a review of the entire Horizon system, was it?
No.
If we go back to page 1, please. You wrote along the top, the very top of the document, which parts of this are relevant to the sub-postmasters issues.
Yes.
Who was that question addressed to?
I don't know. I can't remember. It's a question that obviously occurred to me, and I would have followed it up with somebody, but I can't tell you who that was.
Did you ever ask that question of anyone?
I'm sure I would have done, but...
Did you get an answer?
I can't remember. I just can't remember who I would have spoken to, and I can't remember, therefore, what they would have said.
I mean, it seems to have occurred to you that an issue is the sub-postmaster claims.
Yes.
And that you've got a report that doesn't really, on its face, match the claims. It doesn't address them.
It didn't jump out to me that it addressed them, no.
But you can't recall whether you raised that with anyone, and if so, what the answer was?
It would have been unusual for me to write something like that and not to raise it. And I think I'm right in saying that this document was part of the briefing that I had for a subsequent meeting with Lord Arbuthnot. So I think on the, thinking back as to how I worked and how I went about things, I think I would have raised this, but I'm sorry that I can't add more.
So is the position we've reached, Ms. Perkins, that we've ended up with this 9-page document that on its face has not been approved by Deloitte or reviewed by Deloitte when you've been told that it had? It's protected by privilege. It was presented at the board as being very positive when it isn't.
I think that I would have thought wrongly that somewhere there was a separate document from Deloitte. That's what I would have thought.
And again, wouldn't you want to nail that down at the time?
Now I would absolutely want to nail it down, yeah. I think if you look at these issues now, we all know what actually happened. At the time, we didn't know, and I'm dealing with not just this issue. At this time, this issue was absolutely there on the table, but it was there on the table with a great many other issues that I was attending to. And I had to give attention to those other issues as well as this. So when we are talking about this now, I absolutely accept that there were questions that I could have followed up, that I don't think I did. I think there were other questions which I think I probably would have followed up, but I can't swear to the fact that I did. But I do think it's important to understand that this was not the only issue on the table. Sorry.
So sorry. Ms. Perkins, even with that context, I'm suggesting to you that you should have followed up in circumstances where you say that you took reliance from the fact that a well-known firm of city auditors had reviewed a report that was said to be very positive. You get a report that on its face has not got Deloitte's fingerprints on it at all and isn't very positive. You should say, hold on, why are the board being given this information when it's palpably wrong?
I should have asked. I should have followed it up.
Can we turn then, that can come down, thank you, to the meeting with James Arbuthnot and the events that led ultimately to the appointment of Second Sight. I think the first of this was you receiving an email from James Arbuthnot on the 23rd of February 2012.
Yeah.
Can we look at that, please? Poll 3095973. And go to page 2, please, and look at the bottom. This is the originating email in the chain from James Arbuthnot to you, heading sub-postmasters and the post office. Dear Alice, you may remember that when we met at, I think, Ditchley Park, I mentioned the issue of the Horizon computer system in use in sub-post offices throughout the country, and I said I had a real concern about the way some of the sub-postmasters in and outside my constituency had been treated. And then, second paragraph, may I please come and see you about it? I know it is the position of Post Office, supported by the Federation, though not by the CWU, that there's nothing wrong with Horizon. I'm deeply sceptical about this and hope I can persuade you to look afresh at the matter, rather than accepting there should be a closing of ranks round the computer. And then if we go up the page, please. Thank you. On the same day, you send this on to Paula Venables and Susan Kryon. you say, hi there, James Arbuthnot, who is a Conservative MP, who I think is chairman of the Defence Select Committee. I knew him when I was in the Treasury, and he was a minister at the MOD. He's a thoroughly decent and sensible person. I'll reply later today saying, of course, I'll meet him. I think I should probably see him on my own to look open and receptive. But equally, if you think I should take someone with me, I'd be open to that. I'll need briefing, of course. Is there anything else I should know at this stage? And we've got a reply of yours to James Arbuthnot saying, yes, of course, I will meet you. Can we go to the briefing for the meeting with James Arbuthnot that you received? Poll 0017 9470. And if we look, please, at the bottom email, 12th of March 2012, from Susan Kryon to you, here's a briefing paper for your meeting with James Arbuthnot. Yes?
Yes.
And can we look, please, at the attachment, the briefing, poll 0010 7701. This is the briefing. I just want to ask you one thing about it. If we look at the middle of page 1, I think that's it, the third, sorry, scroll up again. Yes, it's sort of the third paragraph under overview. Post Office has rigorously tested the Horizon system using independently assured processes, and it has been found to be robust. Horizon has been in successful operation for in excess of 10 years, etc. So the line, the Post Office has rigorously tested the Horizon system using independently assured processes, and it has been found to be robust. At the time that you received this, you knew that Ernst & Young had conducted an audit, yes?
Yes.
You knew that they thought that Horizon was a real risk.
To their auditing, yes.
That you knew that they had concerns over the accuracy of the data that it produced.
In that context, yes. Yes.
When you read this, did you think, hold on, this is in conflict with what I've been told by the partner who conducted the audit?
I think at this point, the thing that would be most recently have been in my mind was the assurance that we'd been given about the internal audit report and the assurance of that by Deloitte, and that
Sorry to speak over you, but
yes,
by this time you got the report.
Yes.
And you could see that it wasn't very positive.
If you go back to the table that you showed,
Yes.
there certainly are things in there which are not very positive, but there was, if you look at the overall column showing progress, there was quite a lot of progress that had been made against most of the items there.
Did you regard it at the time as very positive?
No, I don't think I would have regarded it as very positive, but I think I would have regarded it as real progress.
But what about what the auditor themselves, the independent auditor, had said? Was that cast to one side?
No, but I think I would have put the two things together, that the auditors were concerned about the reliability of the data for auditing purposes and had flagged those up, and that improvements were being made. That it was not the end of the story, but it wasn't a totally, it wasn't a negative picture. It wasn't I absolutely see that it wasn't a very positive picture. But I think it's more nuanced, perhaps, is what I'm trying to say.
You knew that the internal audit function in Royal Mail Group had conducted a review or an assurance exercise of sorts which it was said had been reviewed by Deloitte. You'd seen nothing to support that. You'd been told by the audit partner at Ernst & Young that they thought that Horizon was a real risk and had concerns over the integrity of its data. When you read this, did you not think, hold on, that's a bit strong? It's not really supported by what I've been shown and read with my own eyes.
I can't remember what my reaction to this was, but it is clear that I didn't take any action at that point in relation to these issues that you have been raising. I think that I was more reassured than I should have been. And I can see now, looking back at this, that I should have asked more questions about this.
Thank you. So that's an appropriate moment to take the morning break. Can we break until 11:10, please?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Perkins, before the break, you told us that you had recently established or found out that the extent of Deloitte's involvement in the internal audit was that there had been a person seconded to the RMG internal audit team rather than Deloitte having reviewed the report.
That is my understanding now.
Can we look, please, at poll 0033 8794? This is an email of the 23rd of March 2012 from Sir Wyn Williams to you. And the first line says, we found the two reports by RM Internal Audit with assistance from Deloitte and Gartner Consulting. And if you skip over a couple of paragraphs, I have a comment from Internal Audit regarding Deloitte's involvement, which may be of interest. Quote, the preparatory fieldwork relating to the report was carried out by Royal Mail Internal Audit and Risk Management Team, which involved an IT expert seconded from Deloitte under an outsourcing agreement to assist in the review. So I think you knew at the time that the extent of the Deloitte involvement was an IT expert being seconded to the RMG audit team.
That email certainly says that, yes. Yeah.
Does that put any different complexion on what you had been told at the January 2012 board meeting that RMG internal audit had conducted an audit and it had been reviewed by Deloitte?
Yes, I should have seen that they were different things.
In any event, can we turn to the meeting with Lord Arbuthnot, as he now is, on the 13th of March 2012, poll 00105481. Can you see at the top that this is a note of the meeting?
Yes.
And can we look at paragraph 5, please? And just read it. AP, that's you. Alice Perkins explained that the system had been independently reviewed by several people, including Royal Mail Internal Audit and Deloitte, who had no relationship with the business or Fujitsu. Lord Arbuthnot was not convinced this had been done by IT experts. So firstly, just to be clear what you said, what it means. Were you saying there that there had been more than one independent review of the system and that those independent reviews had been conducted by, number one, Royal Mail Group Internal Audit and number two, Deloitte?
I can't remember what was in my mind. Sorry. Can I just be clear? The email from Alman to me that you showed me a minute ago.
23rd of March, so
and
it's
this
a fortnight
meeting,
of 12th of March.
So the meeting preceded
Exactly.
Alman's email?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
So just looking at what you said,
Well,
do you accept that a plain reading of it is that there have been two independent reviews, one conducted by Royal Mail Internal Audit and the second by Deloitte?
that is the plain reading of it, yes.
I think you'll accept, certainly now, that such a statement is not accurate. There had been no independent review of the system by Deloitte.
Yeah.
When you said this, were you working from what you had been told at the 12th of January board meeting?
Yes, and I think there was also a brief that included this?
No, the brief doesn't touch on the extent of the Deloitte
Okay.
involvement.
Right.
You had yet to receive the email
Okay, thank you.
that I'd drawn your attention
Okay,
to that
yeah.
pointed out the extent of the involvement of Deloitte as being much more minimal.
Thank you. I'm having difficulties sometimes remembering how these things relate to one another in sequence.
Paragraph 6 records you offering to consider a further review of the system by an IT expert, specifically looking at the integrity of the data and discrepancy errors thrown up in sub-postmasters' balances. Was that offer made on the basis of what you had been told by Mr. Grant?
I think it would have been a mixture of things. So by now, obviously, I had had the meeting with Mr. Grant. I was aware that that Private Eye had been covering this. It was clear to me that Lord Arbuthnot was, very concerned about this issue. I took him seriously, and I think at this point I'd come to the view that the Post Office was about to become a separate organisation in its own right. It was about to have a new board, and that I certainly thought, and I thought that any board would think, that we should take a fresh look at this to see for ourselves.
You knew at this time that the internal audit did not address the concerns of the sub-postmasters.
Yeah.
Hence your handwritten note at the top of it.
Mm-hmm.
You knew at this time that what you'd been told by Mr. Grant. Did you reveal any of those pieces of information to Mr. Arbuthnot?
No, I didn't. But I think what I was trying to do here was to move things on by taking a fresh look at everything. I don't think I really knew what to make of it all. I could just see that there was an issue here that was a serious issue, and I thought, I'm new, the board is new, we need to look at this. And my hope was that we would take a serious look at it, and then we would all be clear about what the position really was.
Wasn't this offer made instead to try and convince him and other MPs that the system wasn't at fault?
Absolutely not.
Can we look, please, at poll 302-1505? This is the board minute of the 15th of March, 2012, so 3 days after your meeting with, 2 days after your meeting with Lord Arbuthnot on the 13th. We'll see that you're present. Can we go to page 9, please? At the foot of the page. Under any other business, C, the chairman, that's you, explained she and the company secretary had met James Arbuthnot at his request to discuss the sub-postmaster cases questioning the integrity of the Horizon system. The chairman hoped that she could find a way to convince him and the other MPs that the system was not at fault. That's
Yes.
exactly what you said was absolutely not your intention.
It was not my intention. I mean,
Why did you tell the board that it was?
I don't know what was in my mind when I said that, but it was always, I'm absolutely clear that it was always my intention that we should take a proper look at this. And I think I'm sure you'll come on to this, that there is a lot of contemporaneous documentation which shows that that was my attitude.
That sentence there, recording what you said, reveals a closed mind, doesn't it?
No, I don't think it reveals a closed mind. I would have been able to see that this was a very serious issue for the business, and I would have hoped that the system was not at fault. But that doesn't mean to say that I was not looking at an independent study of the issues as exactly that.
And can you help us? I'll just ask you one more time. Why did you tell the board that you were hoping to find a way to convince James Arbuthnot and other MPs that the system was not at fault, if that wasn't your intention?
Well, I'm not sure that I can help you with that. At the time, I believed that the system, on the basis of what I'd been told, that the system was not at fault, but I was always open to the possibility that it might be.
How could you really have believed at this time that the system was not at fault, at least in some cases, given what Mr. Grant had told you and given what you knew about the limited nature of the RMG audit and the limited assurance that the RMG audit had given?
I'm sorry, Mr.
Yes.
Beer. I've got lost again.
Yes. How could you, as you've just said, believe at this time, mid-March 2012, that the system was not at fault, as you put it, when you had been told what we have discussed, you were told by Mr. Grant, and when the only document that you had was the RMG audit?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I think that I just I hadn't weighed the Angus Grant comment, which was made in September, in my mind, in the way in which it's now being, that you are perfect. Obviously, I can see why you're asking these questions, but it is as though we're describing something that was happening in a short space of time, and it was the only issue on the table. And I think what I'm wanting to try and explain is that I was, over that period, receiving the most enormous quantity of new information about all kinds of very complex and fraught issues to do with the separation from Royal Mail and the future strategy for the post office. And I just didn't hold these strands that do all come together. Of course they do, and of course I see that now, but I was not holding those strands at the same time in my mind and bringing them all together in the way that I obviously now wish that I had. I think that's the case, is that...
Thank you.
Is that enough?
Thank you.
Sounds like it.
You have told us that you were engaging with Lord Arbuthnot. That document can come down. Did you similarly seek to engage with any MPs or similar in Scotland or Northern Ireland at this time?
No, I didn't.
Did you take any steps to investigate or cause to be investigated whether the issues that were being raised in England and Wales were similarly being alleged by sub-postmasters in those jurisdictions?
No, I didn't.
Can we move forwards, please? We've looked at your meeting with James Arbuthnot on the 13th, the board meeting on the 15th of March.
Yes.
Can we turn to a supper that you had with Paula Venables on the 19th of March 2012, please, by looking at poll 0041 3669. This is, I think, some sort of meeting organiser entry. Was Glenda Hanson your executive assistant or similar.
Yes, she was at that point, yes.
You'll see that the computer diary records a supper with Paula in the top line,
Yeah.
booked table for 6 p.m. in your name at the Zeta in Clerkenwell on the 19th of March between 6 and 8:30.
Yeah.
And the topic seems to be just one, discuss the James Arbuthnot update, meeting scheduled for the 28th of March, Paula not in attendance. So this is a second meeting planned for the 28th of March with Lord Arbuthnot.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's right, isn't it, that not all discussions between you and Miss Venables would be formally noted and minuted?
I think almost none, I don't think any of them were.
And does that reflect the fact that a range of formal and informal exchanges made up your working relationship?
Yes.
Not all information would come to you as chair by way of written briefings.
Yes, that's right.
Much information would be communicated verbally rather than in writing.
Yes.
Now, disclosed alongside this front page of the document are a series of other pages. And if we just skip through them, to the next page, please. But one. So page 3. There's the note of the meeting with James Arbuthnot, yes?
Yeah.
And then if we go over 2 pages to page 5, there's a note that James Arbuthnot gave you at the meeting on the 13th, yes? Mm-hmm. If we go over to page 9. Thank you. There's a handwritten note. Are these documents that came disclosed with the meeting invitation essentially your preparation for and the product of your meeting with Paula Venables?
I don't know in which order they came, I'm afraid.
Well, they're all together.
Okay.
They're in a group of documents that are all together. The answer is you don't know.
I don't know.
Would you get prepared by Glenda Hanson a little pack if you were going for supper with Paula Venables of the relevant materials so that you could have an informed discussion with Miss Venables? Would that be usual?
I would have either done it myself or asked her to do it, yes.
In any event, there is a quite a long handwritten note here. That's your writing, yes?
Yes, it is.
It says under 1, we do not like prosecuting sub-postmasters.
Yes, it does say that.
We are one of the very few public bodies who are allowed to bring our own prosecutions. Not something we take lightly. Our lawyers want a very high standard of proof. Can you see that?
Yes, I do that.
And then in brackets, plus no one would take lightly the decision to plead guilty to a criminal charge. We have taken a number of cases to the criminal court and we've never lost. Yes?
Yes.
Is that your note of what Miss Venables told you?
I can't tell you that, I'm afraid. I don't know where that came from.
I mean, it would be unusual to take a note at a supper meeting at the Zeta.
I might have written it afterwards.
Okay.
I mean, that is something that I, memory not always being very reliable, I did sometimes take notes, pretty quickly afterwards.
In any event, the we referred to here, is that likely to reflect what Ms. Venables was telling you rather than your own self-reflection of what the Post Office did or did not do in prosecuting sub-postmasters?
I don't think I would have used the word we.
If this was you self-reflecting?
Yes.
So you think it likely that this is a note, maybe not taken at the time, but written after the event of what Miss Venables told you at the supper at the Zeta?
I think so, but I'm not sure.
If this was what Miss Venables was telling you at this time on the 19th of March, do you know why she was telling you?
Well, presumably, we were discussing my meeting with Lord Arbuthnot, and she would have been telling me what she would have been telling me her perspective on this, I think. I mean, if you look at the third point...
Horizon records transactions.
Yes. I mean,
let's just read it together so we can get your translation.
Okay, fine.
Go on. If you translate it, Horizon records.
Horizon records transactions in great detail and with total transparency. All the keystrokes are recorded so we can reconstruct precisely what a sub-postmaster has done. That's not me thinking that up from nowhere. I mean, that's somebody has said that to me, and I've written it down. And if it's a bit hard to tell without seeing how without knowing how this bundle of things were put together. But
there's simply a series of pieces of paper, one after the other, given to us by the post office after the meeting invite.
So they're all together with the meeting invite. That's how they were kept.
Yes.
Well, then it does. Yes, that's not me briefing myself, if you see what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so this is also likely, the point at 3, to have been something that Miss Venables was impressing upon you. All keystrokes are recorded, so the post office can reconstruct precisely what a sub-postmaster has done.
On the face of it, it must have been, unless somebody else said that to me, but that doesn't, from what you're telling me, that doesn't seem to be likely.
Did anyone ever explain to you at this time or later what ARQ data was?
No, I don't think so.
And any difference between ARQ data and enhanced ARQ data?
No.
Okay. At the foot of the page, we can still see it. It's recorded, vast majority of sub-postmasters cope well. Horizon supports them. Training and free service call centre help at Darlington, maybe? I don't know. At somewhere.
A place.
This series of points,
Yeah.
we don't like prosecuting sub-postmasters. There's a very high standard of proof. No one pleads guilty likely. Horizon transactions are all recorded on the system by way of keystrokes so that the post office can reconstruct what has happened. Horizon supports the vast majority of sub-postmasters who cope well. That essentially became the party line that was deployed for the following years, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
And on what you know, would you say this is Miss Venables giving it to you at a supper meeting at the Zeta?
It looks like that. I mean, I can't swear that that's what is the case, but it does look like that.
If we just go back up to 2,
Yeah.
which we skipped over,
Yeah.
we have commissioned a number of studies of the Horizon system from internal audit through to Deloitte. Didn't or don't, is that?
They don't, I think what that means is they don't audit the Royal Mail. us or Fujitsu. I think that's what
Okay.
it was. That's what that's saying.
i.e. that's emphasising their independence.
Yeah.
They've looked at the integrity of the system from a managing accounting perspective and have upheld it.
Yes.
On the basis of the internal audit report, did you form a view whether what you were being told there was accurate or not?
I can't remember. But I think we have already established that I hadn't properly checked out what the Deloitte position was. I'd had that email from Alwyn. It could have been that there were other studies from Deloitte, but I didn't. I didn't definitively know that.
Thank you. That can come down. Thank you. You've told us already that the record in the 15th of March board meeting that you hoped that you could find a way to convince James Arbuthnot and other MPs that the system was not at fault didn't reflect your view
Yes.
at the time.
Yeah.
Can we look, please, at poll 308-5836? And look at the bottom, please, of page 1. This is an email chain in which you're not involved. It's
Yeah.
between Angela van den Bogart and Craig Tuthill. And Ms. van den Bogart says, I met with Simon Baker today. He's been asked by Alice Perkins to find a way of demonstrating that the Horizon system is robust and not subject to glitches, as claimed by the GFSA former sub-postmasters. Does that, again, reflect your mind at the time, that the purpose of any review contemplated at this time was to find a way of demonstrating that the system is robust?
Absolutely not. Those are not my words, and I'm absolutely sure that that was not what was in my mind. What was in my mind was that we were going to, I think that we were trying to think of ways in which to demonstrate to Lord Arbuthnot, and I think later Mr. Letwin joined that meeting. There was a kind of model office in the head office of the post office at the time, where you could, I'm trying to find the word here. You could model what was happening what could be happening in a post office, and I thought that it would be very useful to demonstrate the system to them. But I was absolutely not asking anybody to spin a message here.
This is the second record that we've got, where the first being a direct record in the minutes, and this being a conversation between people not including you, which does attribute to you a desire to spin, doesn't it?
It attributes it to me, but that doesn't mean that it's correct.
So there's been a misunderstanding, has
I
there?
think there has been a misunderstanding here. And I think, I'm sorry to make this point again and to jump ahead, but I think if you look at documentation of what I said in my witness statement about how determined I was to get an independent investigation going, and what I did about the terms of that investigation, and some of the things that I said later, there is a consistent record of me wanting to set up something that was going to look at this in an independent way. I was prepared, if you like, to lift the rock and see what was underneath it.
Can we move forwards then, please, to the 17th of May 2012, a further meeting with James Arbuthnot and, as you've said, Oliver Letwin, MP. Poll 00105479. This is a briefing for that meeting. It's about 20 pages long. And I think this is your version of the briefing because it's got your handwriting on it.
It has.
And can we look, please, to page 23, please? We can see here, under external scrutiny at the foot of the page, thank you, the briefing says Horizon and Post Office systems environment have always been subject to external scrutiny, both for assurance and accreditation purposes. Ernst & Young carry out an annual financial systems audit. An independent auditor also carries out a yearly audit to maintain the system's payment card industry PCI accreditation. The reference there to Ernst & Young's yearly audit, yes?
Yes.
An annual financial systems audit. Would you agree the way that this is being referred to here suggests that Ernst & Young could be relied on because they had given Horizon a clean bill of health?
Just those highlighted words.
Well, the whole context of external scrutiny and the first bullet point.
Yes. But then I asked a question about that in the mark.
Well, I'm going to come to that in a moment. It's just what you were being briefed.
Yes, okay.
Was essentially, again, a reassuring message.
Yes.
You can take faith in Horizon because of external scrutiny. In particular, Ernst & Young carry out an annual financial systems audit.
Yeah.
But again, by this time, you knew that Angus Grant of Ernst & Young was concerned about the situation and had specifically raised his concerns with you in an introductory meeting.
Yes.
By this time, did you know the results of the 2012 Ernst & Young audit? So this is 17th of May, 2012.
I think that might have come, I can't remember the sequence. That might have come later.
I mean,
there was a audit and risk committee to which that came, which was that in May, I think?
Yes, and I'm asking whether you knew at that time that the audit of Ernst & Young for the year 2011-2012 had said that, in high-level summary, the IT systems couldn't be relied on for audit control purposes, and they had to take some mitigating measures in order to sign off.
I remember that. I can't remember whether I knew that at this juncture, because I can't remember the exact sequence of when I would have seen that.
You write next to external audit. How relevant are these to this subject?
Yeah.
You were concerned, were you not, in the light of what you knew, that deploying points that there had been external scrutiny of Horizon in support of its integrity might be misleading?
I was certainly questioning, yes. I had a questioning frame of mind here.
The briefing does not say directly the Ernst & Young audit had given Horizon a clean bill of health.
No.
But that's the implication, isn't it? If this kind of briefing was regurgitated to the MPs.
It's intended to be reassuring.
When you started to engage with MPs in early to mid-2012 over their concerns with Horizon, were any steps taken at board level to query the propriety of continuing to prosecute?
At that stage, Not at board level, no, not at that stage.
Were you aware that criminal prosecutions were continuing and were continuing to rely on horizon evidence whilst you were discussing the setting up of an independent review?
I would have been, yes.
Do you know why that issue was not discussed at board level? We're thinking of commissioning an independent review because of these concerns about horizon data. We're continuing to rely on horizon data for criminal prosecutions.
That was not raised by me at that time, and it wasn't raised, as far as I'm aware, by anybody else.
Thank you. Can we move forwards, please, to the selection of Second Sight over, in fact, Deloitte to carry out the independent review?
Yes.
We're moving forward a month now to June 2012.
Okay, yes.
And can we look, please, at poll 309-6576? This, we can see on its face, is a document prepared by Second Sight, and it is, its purpose is described under the subtitle, a proposal to carry out an independent review of past fraud and theft cases in order to determine whether the facts support the business's findings and the charges brought against individuals. And then if we go forwards, please, to page 5. The case review approach will include the following tasks. 1, select a representative sample of cases that have led to prosecutions or court-appointed restitution. The sample needs to cover cases where defendants claim they didn't take any cash, where assertions have been made that the system, i.e. Horizon, caused the shortage, include old and new versions of Horizon if possible, and thirdly, which have been taken up by MPs. So did you know that the proposal made by Second Sight to conduct an independent review involved essentially those elements set out there?
Yes, because I'm sure I saw those terms of reference in draft and commented on them.
And so that involves, firstly, the selection of a representative sample of cases. Secondly, to include both new and old Horizon. Yes?
Yes.
And include cases specifically raised by MPs or where the defendants claim they didn't take any cash. Yes?
Yes.
Can we look, please, at poll 0018-0209? And the bottom of page 1, please. So if we stop there, there's an internal email chain involving Mr. Baker and Ms. Kryon and Ms. Sewell. You're not copied in. They're discussing Second Sight's proposal that we've just looked at. Attached is Ron's proposal. And then Simon Baker says, my view is we make it clear to Alice and Paula the distinction between the work that Ron, i.e. Second Sight, is proposing, which is an independent review of past cases, and the Horizon Forensic Audit, the Deloitte proposal, and put it on the agenda to discuss tomorrow. Was the distinction between those two types of investigation ever made clear to you?
I didn't remember having this until I saw some of these documents when I first started putting my witness statement together. I was mystified by these papers because my recollection was, and it's a clear recollection, that when the discussion with Lord Arbuthnot had got to the point of what kind of review, we did talk about whether we should use a big organisations such as Deloitte. And Lord Arbuthnot was very clear that he didn't want to use that kind of organisation. He wanted to use a different kind of approach. And that was very instrumental. Well, instrumental. It was very influential in my thinking.
That's the way you describe things in your witness statement.
Yes.
That it was the species of organisation
Yes.
which was the relevant consideration.
Yes.
Big Four,
Exactly.
or more boutique, off the beaten track
Yes.
investigators.
Yes.
Rather than a distinction between the type of work
Yeah.
that they would be undertaking.
I think so. And as I said later in my witness statement, one of my regrets is that at this juncture, I didn't stop and think through more clearly with my colleagues on the board what exactly it was we were trying to do here and what would have been the best way of doing it. I think that do you mind me giving you a bit of context here? I think it's really, really important to understand here that when I came back from my first meeting with Lord Arbuthnot, when I had proposed that we should take a fresh look at this, I had a meeting with Mike Young and Susan Kryon, and they told me that they thought that this was not a good idea, that the system had been investigated numerous times, nothing had ever been found that was wrong, and that the organisation had basically too much on at the time to devote time to setting up such a review. And it was perfectly true, the organisation did have a huge amount on at that time. I didn't think that either of those reasons were good reasons for not looking at this afresh. And there then elapsed a period, and I can't remember how long it was, but it must have been several weeks, and absolutely nobody came back to me on this.
Period of silence, you describe it as in your witness statement.
Exactly. And I then obviously knew that I would need to follow up this discussion with Lord Arbuthnot, couldn't understand why I hadn't heard anything, raised it again, and was told that nothing had been done about it because it was thought to be a bad idea.
And you subsequently refer to this, I think, as pushback from the business.
Well, Alwyn described it
Yes.
as me saying
Yes.
that this and other things were pushed back from the business.
In any event, this document on the 6th of June records an intention to make it clear to you as to the distinction between the type of work rather than the nature of the organisation that is proposed.
Yes, that is perfectly true. Yeah.
Can we turn then to a meeting that you held the next day, at the 7th of June, poll 0023 3736, and go, this is a document created by, I think, the Post Office subsequently,
Oh, yes, okay.
setting out a timeline
Yeah,
of the mediation scheme,
Yeah.
and in fact the events that preceded it.
Yes.
And can we go to page 3, please? And if we just look there, it's at the bottom of the page we're looking at. It's now towards the top. 7th of June, so that's the next day. Can you see that third
Yes.
box down?
Yes.
A meeting is held
yeah,
with Paula Venables, Alice Perkins, Susan Kryon, Olwen Lyons and Simon Baker.
yeah.
So we've seen the discussion the previous day between Mr. Baker and Ms. Kryon, where the Deloitte and Second Sight proposals are discussed. Second Sight is chosen as the preferred supplier. We haven't got a record of this meeting of the 7th. This is the only reference to it that I think we can find.
Yeah.
Was the matter that was discussed in the email chain the day before, the 6th of June, i.e. an intention to draw to your attention the distinction between the nature of the work being undertaken, in fact drawn to your attention?
I don't remember it being drawn to my attention. That doesn't mean that it wasn't.
Was one reason for preferring Second Sight over Deloitte that Second Sight were to conduct a review which was much narrower in scope, i.e. reviewing the system in the context only of sample cases, rather than a forensic IT audit of the whole system?
Not in my mind, no. Absolutely not.
Why was the decision made at this meeting before you go and see James Arbuthnot again to prefer Second Sight over Deloitte?
I think for the reason that as far as I can recall, I think the main reason for this was because of this discussion I'd had with Lord Arbuthnot earlier about what kind of organisation should be used to do this review. I don't think I can add anything more.
And so, in your mind, the reason for deciding on Second Sight rather than Deloitte was nothing to do with the nature or extent of the audit that would be conducted?
Absolutely not, no.
Can I turn then to the scope of the investigation in terms of whether convicted sub-postmasters would be included within it? And look at poll 309-6606. And if we look at the bottom of the page, please, we see an email from you, and if we just scroll up a little bit, it would have been to Paula Vennells, I think Paula Vennells, Susan Crouch and Olwyn Lyons.
Okay.
Your email, following a conversation with Olwyn yesterday, and given I'm now away for a few days, I thought I should let you know before I went where I stand on which cases should be in or out of this review. I've given this more thought since yesterday. I'm clear that we should include all, in capital letters, the MP's cases, irrespective of whether they have been decided in court. If we try to draw a distinction here, we'll be accused of picking cases to suit ourselves and be vulnerable on the ones we omit. We'll have a row about that instead of moving the issue on. On reflection, I don't buy the argument that we would somehow undermine the court process by doing this. There are plenty of ways in which people go over ground which has been settled in court, and if there weren't, no one would ever be able to get a conviction overturned. And if, which we don't believe, there was new evidence in a case which had been decided, we would want to do and be seen to do the right thing by that. So that was your view, your clear view, on the 9th of June.
It was, and it's absolutely reflective of my view throughout.
Can we look, please, at paragraph 161 of your witness statement, please? Which is on page 80. At the bottom part of the page, paragraph 161, third line, fourth line, you say, on the 7th of June email, Susan refers to comments that Paula and I had given her that morning, I assume in person. She also said in that email that she'd given thought to the cases which sub-postmasters had been criminally prosecuted. She thought that we did not want to be seen to reopen those cases, but should position this as a more limited review of the existing evidence, while for those who had not been prosecuted, the Post Office should offer a full and independent investigation. That, I think you're attributing to Susan Kryon,
I am.
that view. And was that a view that she held strongly?
I think, yes, I think she did hold that view strongly.
If what you say here is accurate, she's not saying that those that have been criminally prosecuted should be left out of account. She's saying that a separate process should be set up for them in which there is a full and independent investigation. Correct?
That is what she's saying at this point, yes.
And why wasn't that done?
How do you mean, why wasn't that done? I'm sorry.
Why was the second site sample case approach to test the integrity of Horizon taken on the one hand with a full and independent investigation looking at those that have been criminally prosecuted on the other, i.e. 2 investigations rather than 1?
Should there have been 2 investigations, you're asking?
Yes. I'm not asking should there, I'm asking why there was not.
Why there wasn't. I don't think, I mean, I can't give you a detailed answer to that question. I think that, I can't answer that question. I'm really sorry. I don't know.
I'm sorry to interrupt again, but am I understanding paragraph 161 correctly? My reading of that initially was that Ms. Kryon was making the suggestion that there should be a more limited review of the convicted people with a full and independent investigation only for those who had not been prosecuted. Am I missing something here?
No, I think
Quite
that's,
right, sir.
I've got very confused, I'm afraid, but I think what you've just said, Chair, is right. Yes.
Well, I think all I'm doing is reading what you've written, Ms. Perkins, but there's no nuance that I'm missing. Is that correct?
Just let me reread it,
Yeah.
please. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. So this is about a single investigation with 2 different ways of treating different categories of cases.
So you understand that's what Ms. Kryon proposed, a single investigation with 2 different approaches depending on whether or not the sub-postmaster had been prosecuted or not.
Yes.
Why wasn't that done?
I don't know.
Can we go back to the email chain that we were just looking at, poll 309 6606? Remember, at the foot of the page here, there's your email, if we just scroll down to see it. The one saying you're clear that we should include all cases, irrespective of whether they've been decided in court, yes?
Yes.
If we scroll to the top of the page, please, we can see Olwen Lyon's reply, second email down, just to Ms. Venables. Paula, in case Susan doesn't pick this up, as she's in Berlin, and before you speak to Alice, the issue that came to light with the list of MP cases was that they included the Mishra case. You will remember the case and the publicity. She went to prison and had her baby whilst in there. The husband got publicity through radio and press. Susan's anxiety, and she raised this at the meeting with Alice before you joined, was whether now contacting her to tell her we review the case would be red rag to a bull. Alice feels this is the business pushing back unnecessarily, and she feels this has happened throughout the process, and she is having to keep pushing us. Susan is getting external advice on the effect this would have on cases which have been through the courts. So you remained of the view that all cases raised by MPs should be included in the independent review.
Yes.
Your view was seemingly not shared by at least Miss Kryon.
Yes.
Was it also not shared by Miss Venables?
I don't know.
Did anyone else on the Post Office board oppose your view?
So, as I said to you a minute or so ago, I very much regret that I didn't bring in other members of the board on this process. So I'm not sure that other members... I am sure that I did talk to Neil McCausland about this at some point. I can't tell you when that was. And I know he had some questions about it. But I should, with the benefit of hindsight, what I absolutely should have done is I should have ensured that this issue, this whole question of setting up the review, what the review should have done and who should do it, should have come to the board, and there should have been a proper board discussion about it, and I really regret that I didn't do that.
It's suggested in the second paragraph of that email that you felt that the business was pushing back unnecessarily. Did you feel that the business was pushing back unnecessarily?
Yes, I did feel that. Partly, excuse me, I did feel that because of the reaction that I had to the original proposal, because I got that negative reaction and then nothing happened. And then I had to re-raise the issue in order to get something done. And then I thought, which is what we're discussing here, that the scope should be inclusive, and it was being argued that it shouldn't be.
Who in the business was pushing back unnecessarily?
I thought that Susan Kryon was definitely pushing back unnecessarily. I thought Mike Young was pushing back unnecessarily. Those were the two people who I had in the front of my mind.
Was the substance of their objection that Horizon had been tested independently in the past and had been found to be robust and not at fault?
That was one of them, yes.
What were the other elements of the objection to an independent review?
As expressed to me, that given everything else that the business was trying to do at the time, there wasn't the capacity to do this as well.
Did you seek to understand any reasoning that was explained to you that if Seema Mishra's case was included, this might be red rag to a bull?
I think that what I was wanting to do, and maybe I was being simplistic about this, I just wanted these cases to be independently investigated by people who had credibility, that would have credibility, obviously, within the post office, but also outside. I don't think I really... I just wanted to get at the facts.
Thank you. So that might be an appropriate moment for the second morning break. Can we break until 20 past, please?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Ms Perkins, can we turn to your third meeting with Lord Arbuthnot? This one is on the 18th of June 2012. This time it was with other MPs. Mm-hmm. And can we look at a record of that meeting, which I don't think you had when you wrote your witness statement. It's JARB. I think it's 501. Thank you. In fact, it's 601. Thank you. These are the minutes of the meeting. Do you recall attending the meeting with James Arbuthnot, other MPs?
Yeah.
And if we look at the foot of the page, please, the minute records you giving background information.
Yes.
And the Post Office's perspective. You introduce your colleagues and said Post Office is now a completely separate entity from the Royal Mail.
Thank you.
She, that's you, arrived at the organisation in August 2011 and became aware of the issue soon after starting. She, that's you, emphasised that the matter was a very serious one for the Post Office, whose business rests on its reputation as being trustworthy. She said the Post Office also recognised full well that the matter was very serious for some postmasters and mistresses involving as it was invariably life-changing. And then over the page, please. You said that now was a time of enormous change at the Post Office and that it was important to give MPs confidence in the business and its reputation. You stated that the matter involved treading a tightrope regarding questions of money. The Post Office and its staff are stewards of large quantities of cash. The cash does not belong to the Post Office. It's in transit as it comes through the Post Office. There is the issue of trying not to put temptation in people's way, but in any retail business, this is not possible. That statement there, putting temptation in people's way, was that you seeking to imply that the causes of loss was down to sub-postmasters taking the money? Without actually coming out and saying it?
No. Well, can I try and explain what I think it was I was trying to say here?
Yes, please do.
It's been suggested that I thought or was inclined to think that sub-postmasters were more likely to be tempted by the fact that there was a great deal of cash lying around than any other group of people. And that is absolutely not my position, was not my position then. It certainly is not my position now, but it was not my position then. What I was aware of, because by then I'd done a number of visits to different post offices, I had been really taken aback, if you like, by the fact that there was so much cash in the business for different reasons. And I was aware of the fact that in any retail business, there was and is some level of fraud, for want of another word. And this could be something that would be in the minds of some people in the organisation, but it was absolutely not. I was absolutely not thinking or intending to say that I thought sub-postmasters were inherently dishonest or more likely to be dishonest. In fact, my impression from those visits was that sub-postmasters were doing a very complex job, and I had a lot of respect for them in what they were trying to do.
Why did you hold that belief, as you claimed, when you'd been told that every case that the Post Office had ever taken to prosecution involving the Horizon system had found in favour of the Post Office?
Because I believed what I was being told that those cases had all been won by the Post Office. I believed that was true. And I believed that, so I did believe that some people, I did genuinely believe that some people were guilty. But I wasn't approaching this issue with a mindset that said they were, that they were more likely to be tempted than any other group of people might be. I'm not sure if I'm explaining myself very.
Yes, it's clear what you're saying. If we move further down, thank you, we can see what Paula Venables then said. She said that temptation is an issue. Next paragraph, of the 11,800 sub-postmasters currently employed, only a tiny number are presenting problems. Horizon system is very secure. Every keystroke used by anyone is recorded and auditable. It appears that some sub-postmasters, next paragraph, have been borrowing money from the account in the same way as they might do in a retail business. And then every case taken to prosecution that involves the Horizon system has thus far found in favour of the Post Office. That rather reflects the note that we think was a record of the Zeta supper, doesn't it?
Yes.
Which you've, I think, said did reflect the Post Office corporate position for a number of years.
Yes.
As the chairman of the board, what steps would you expect your CEO to take before telling a group of MPs that every case taken to prosecution has thus far found in favour of the Post Office?
I would have expected that to be an accurate statement.
Reasonable to rely on what she had been told orally?
No, not really.
We know that by this time, a lady called Nicola Arch had been acquitted in 2004.
Yes.
Having blamed the Horizon system for
Yes.
The losses.
Yes.
A lady called Maureen McKelvey had also been acquitted in 2004 by a jury in Northern Ireland, having blamed Horizon for the losses.
Yeah.
And Susan Palmer had been acquitted by a jury in 2007. And the jury had in fact sent a note saying what is Mrs. Palmer to do if she didn't agree the figures that Horizon had produced, and the Post Office was unable in court to answer that question and had been on the wrong end of a cost order for £78,000 the Post Office had. What steps would you expect reasonably a CEO to take to seek to uncover the true position?
Well, I would. It's difficult to generalise, isn't it? But I think that if you are going to say something as the chief executive on behalf of the organisation of which you are the chief executive, you should have tested those propositions by asking to see the evidence, by asking the key people what the facts were.
And Lord Arbuthnot has told us that he didn't believe what he was being told for a minute. He thought that he was being misled here.
Okay.
And so it didn't appear to be operative on his mind.
Okay.
Because he trusted what the sub-postmaster that he's
Yes.
actually met had been telling him.
Yeah.
Did you accept at face value the accuracy and truth of what Miss Venables was saying?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Thank you, that can come down. Can we move forwards a year, please? I'm not going to ask you questions about the conduct of the second site investigation. You addressed that in some detail in your witness statement.
Thank you.
Can we turn to the days and weeks before the production of second site's report on the 8th of July 2013 and the board's preparation for that publication and the board's response to the publication?
Yes.
Can we start, please, by looking at an email of the 27th of June 2013, poll 309-8782. scroll down, please. And look at an email from Martin Edwards to Paula Venables. Can you see that with the 27th of June?
Yes.
And then if we just scroll to the top of the page, we can see the next day that's sent on to you.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go back down to Martin Edwards' email. Heading re James Arbuthnot, question mark. And in the second paragraph, second line, he says to Ms. Venables, as discussed, we need to think about a plan B, given the likelihood that James won't agree to delay the meeting / report. We need to be very careful not to overplay our hand with Second Sight. They could turn out to be quite dangerous if we threaten them with legal action or attempt to replace them with another firm. Easy for this to be portrayed in the media as heavy-handed tactics because we don't like their findings. It plays directly into the existing perceptions we are trying to counteract. At this time, so 27th of June 2013, what was your understanding of the concern amongst senior post office executives about the Second Sight review?
My understanding was that the executives thought that there were likely to be things in the interim report, statements made by Second Sight, which were not properly substantiated by the evidence.
What steps, if any, did you take to ensure that you were fully aware of what those issues were and the evidence that Second Sight were leaving out of account?
I think that I was bearing it in mind. I obviously at this stage didn't know what was going to be in the Second Sight report, but I would have been concerned that there might be things in that report which were critical without being properly substantiated.
Were you given any evidence of that, as opposed to what people were saying?
I simply can't remember how much detail I was given about it at that point. I think that it's worth bearing in mind that this thought that Second Sight were advancing propositions about the Horizon system and other aspects of the Post Office's operations that were not fully substantiated, or that the Post Office had not had time to, there hadn't been time for them to consider properly the Post Office's evidence. Those had been around for some weeks before this. So there wasn't a new thought at this stage that this might be happening.
Was it the view of senior executives of the Post Office that the Post Office could exert a degree of influence over Second Sight at this time?
I think I am absolutely clear that it was never my intention or the intention of anybody on the board to influence Second Sight's evidenced findings.
I was asking, sorry, Ms. Perkins, about executives.
Sorry, I know you are. And I don't believe that that was something which the executives were trying to do either.
To your understanding, was it important for the Post Office to seek to control a narrative in the media regarding its handling of the Second Sight report?
For me, what was important was that there was a lot riding on the Second Sight's reports, on the Second Sight's interim report. And if they were going to say that they had found things that were wrong, that were supported by the evidence, that would obviously be uncomfortable, and there would be all kinds of implications and consequences of that. But that was something I was absolutely prepared to face up to. What I didn't want was for there to be any allegations or innuendo that there was more that was wrong than could be properly substantiated.
Can we move forwards, please, to the next day? Poll 0014 4909. Middle of the page, an email from you to Paula Venables. Thank you for the update. I'm glad we have the best people on this. 3 thoughts. First is probably a red herring, but I'll mention it because it came into my mind. Are the lawyers also thinking about implications for the post office and the people in it? If there's any suggestion by Second Sight that things have been awry, maybe over the top, worst case scenario, but just need to be aware of maximalisation, salmon letters angle. Second, I agree with Martin about the risks of getting heavy with Second Sight, deeply unattractive. But I haven't heard anything yet which gives me hope that we can get this properly back on track. Which is worse? I don't know the answer. Keep aiming high here. That is for the goal of no interim, no meeting. But I recognise that's not within our control. Third, a constructive suggestion. Shall we ask Oliver Letwin to help us turn this around? Before writing this email, had you taken any steps to get fully to the bottom of the apparent tension between the Post Office and Second Sight over the terms of Second Sight's proposed findings?
I don't think at that stage anybody had seen, well, I certainly was not given the impression that anybody had actually seen what it was they were going to say. I think it was, as far as I was concerned, it was, there'd just been a series of discussions or meetings.
But how was it known then that they were going to say things that were unevidenced?
Because of the things that had been said in those conversations.
So it was just oral conversations?
Over a long period of time. I mean, this isn't just something that's come at this point. As I have set out in my witness statement, a series of events, if you like, or things that happened that made the executives and me somewhat concerned about what Second Sight were basing their, or would be basing their findings on.
Were you not concerned at this stage of your previous experience of the business unnecessarily pushing back that this was happening again, and this was a case of executives not wanting to face uncomfortable facts and findings?
I think that at this point, I was becoming very sceptical about whether Second Sight were the right people to do this job.
I'm asking you about whether you were sceptical of your executives, given that you said that you had been rather unimpressed about their conduct in the very setting up of this enterprise. Had that concern evaporated?
No, I don't think it had evaporated. But what I was worried about was that we were suddenly coming very, very close to there being a public document, which was obviously going to get a great deal of attention. And I thought that I was concerned about unnecessary damage to the post office as opposed to unavoidable and properly referenced damage.
But was this all based on whispers?
No, I don't think it was based. No, I wouldn't accept that. No.
You say here, keep aiming high, and you tell us in your witness statement that you don't know what you meant by keep aiming high.
Yes.
Isn't it explained by the next sentence? That is, keep aiming high means achieving the goal of having no interim report and no meeting with James Arbuthnot.
So what I had in mind there was not what some people might read into this, that I was thinking, could possibly have been thinking that there would be no report at all from Second Sight and therefore no meeting to discuss it. I think that what I was expressing there was the thought that the interim report was premature, that more time needed to be spent on the work leading up to a document that was going to be public. That's what I think I was saying there. Because as I remember it, the timetable had, first of all, the timetable had slipped very, very, very greatly. Originally, when Second Sight started their work, they believed and we believed that the work would be completed in a matter of weeks, a small number of months. And here we were a year later, and the MPs were perfectly understandably becoming frustrated by that. We were coming up to the summer recess, and they were very, very keen, and I completely understand why, to be given an update on where things were. And that's what drove the idea of having an interim report. But in terms of the substance of what had been done, the timing was artificial.
Was this you giving the green light to your executives for taking a robust position with Second Sight to get them, Second Sight, to alter the contents of their report?
It was never my intention, nor did I seek to influence the executives to do anything that would stop the properly evidenced findings by Second Sight being reported. My concern was that there would be, in somebody else's words, loose language which would be interpreted negatively, for which there wasn't a proper substantive base. That was my concern, and had been my concern for some time by the end of June.
Can we turn to poll 0029 6944? This is a few days later, the 1st of July, an email from Paula Reynolds to you, heading the latest on Second Sight. Hi, Alice. I'm looking forward to catching up properly today. I thought the board were generous in their patience tonight over the Second Sight discussion. It's helpful to know that they're supportive of the need to be robust. And then carrying on, second paragraph. I caught up with Susan this evening after we finished. She had finished her meeting with Second Sight and was of the view that they do now understand the risk of being caught up in something bigger and more sensitive. She is hoping that their report should be more balanced, should say that they found no evidence of systemic Horizon computer issues, but will confirm shortcomings in support of processes and systems, and that the Post Office has already identified and corrected a number of these. Isn't that a reflection of Second Sight being influenced by the Post Office as to the conclusions in its report?
I think that that's evidence of what it was I said a minute ago, which is that it was really, really important that anything that Second Sight said in the interim report was based on firm, provable evidence rather than speculating, if you like.
In what way did you understand Second Sight's interim report needed to be, quote, more balanced?
My understanding was that there was a risk that I don't think anyone had seen a draft
No,
of it.
it doesn't come out to the 5th.
No.
So at the moment, we're talking just about
Yes.
what people are saying.
Yes, that is absolutely right. And that's why the board didn't see that report in draft, because there wasn't time. So what I and I believe the board were being told on that telephone meeting that we had was that there was a real risk that Second Sight would be saying things, critical things, about the Post Office's operations, which there'd either not been time for them to consider properly the Post Office's evidence, or they were floating, if you like, things that had been said to them that they thought might be true. And that what the board was saying was that they were encouraging, they were supportive of the executives making a clear distinction between those things which were properly evidenced and properly considered and those which were not yet. And bear in mind that everybody knew this was an interim report and there was further work to be done.
Was it your understanding that it was at Post Office's suggestion or insistence that a line was included that Second Sight had found no evidence of systemic computer issues?
I have never understood that was a phrase that had come from Post Office executives. My understanding always was that when the Post Office executives heard that this was going to be said, obviously that was a relief, if you like, not knowing what might have been said, but I have never, ever understood that anybody suggested that Second Sight should say that.
Can we move on, please, to the 3rd of July, poll 302 7852. This is an email from Martin Edwards of the 3rd of July to you and others, or to you and Paula Venables and others copied in. And he says he's attaching a briefing note. First line, here's the briefing note for the meeting with James Arbuthnot. Can you see that?
I don't think I've seen this before, but I can see that that's what he's saying, yes.
I think this was amongst the documents that
Was
you
it?
have been shown, yes.
Okay, right.
If we, so it's 3rd of July. I'll take it slowly if you think you may not have.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate that.
Read it all.
Thank you.
And if we go to the briefing note, which is the second page, key objectives and points to cover at the meeting. And then if we go down, please, to the foot of the page, that's it. On the 2 exceptions at the foot of the page.
Oh, yes.
It's ringing a bell now, is it?
Yes, thank you. I think it was the cover email I was unsighted on. Yeah, okay.
We proactively disclose to Second Sight 2 systems exceptions or anomalies where sub-postmasters' accounts have been affected. Our internal and system processes identified these cases. Appropriate action has been taken, and they did not lead to any disciplinary action against sub-postmasters. No reason to believe this means that there are any other undiscovered issues. We're sorry this information wasn't passed to you at an earlier stage. If we considered it to materially change the investigation, we would have flagged it directly, but it doesn't. Did it cause you concern that the two exceptions or anomalies, to use the preferred language, regarding Horizon were not passed on to you at an earlier stage?
I can't remember. There was so much going on at that time. I simply can't remember whether I was irritated by that. I mean, that the whole thing felt so badly handled that...
By?
Well, by everybody, really. I mean, you know, we'd commissioned Second Sight over a year before to do a piece of work. It was taking a very, very long time. I'd been told all kinds of things about, you know, the length of time it was taking, the way Second Sight were losing objectivity, worried about how the cost was ratcheting up, and feeling that there was a real risk that we weren't going to get the kind of report that I had wanted us to get. And at the same time, and this is one of my digressions, I'm sorry, but I do need to give you a bit of context here, we were negotiating the next 5 years of money for the post office from 2015 onwards. This was about, you know, obviously the future survival in whatever shape of the post office. And we had the critical meeting with Vince Cable and Joe Swinson coming up 2 or 3 days after this interim report was going to be published. So
that's very helpful. In fact, I know that tomorrow you'll be asked a number of questions about the extent to which that motivated Post Office Board's conduct and the conduct of its executives.
I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that we were very anxious about all kinds of things at that point.
Sensitive to criticism?
There was just a huge amount going on to try, and lots of other things going on as well. And I think what I'm really trying to say, and perhaps taken too long to say it, is that I haven't held all of this in my head.
And so you can't recall your reaction to being told that there are two problems with the system that you hadn't been informed about previously?
I think I would have been irritated by that. Yes, I said that a minute ago.
And that there was an apology to be delivered to the MPs?
Yes.
We're sorry it hasn't been passed?
Yes. I mean, clearly that was bad.
It says, this note, that there is no reason to believe that this means that there are other undiscovered issues, which in the context of what we know now is quite a claim.
Yeah.
But what steps, to your knowledge, were taken to establish whether or not the fact that there were two bugs, I'm going to call them, was not indicative that there were other undiscovered bugs at that stage?
I can't help you with that, I'm afraid. I mean, I don't think I would have concluded from what is being said here that it followed that there would not be other bugs or anomalies, or what they were being called at the time.
Do you agree that it's a logical question? If there has been revealed two bugs which were previously undiscovered, what steps should we take to establish whether there are other undiscovered bugs?
I think the impression that we were being given by the executives was that they had, in fact, that their processes had, well, it says this here, their processes had identified these cases. In other words, these were things that had been found within the post office system. And therefore it was of comfort that those had been found, that we were being told those had been found by the post office.
It was never suggested to you that, far from the post office revealing the bugs to Second Sight, it was Gareth Jenkins from Fujitsu who had done so?
Absolutely not, no.
So in fact this was being presented to you as essentially a good news story.
Yes.
Our systems work.
Exactly.
Can we move forward to Second Sight's interim report of the 8th of July, poll 404406. This is a copy of the interim report. And it reveals on page 6, we turn to it please, at the top of the page at paragraph 6.5, the receipts and payments mismatch bug affecting 62 branches. And then in 6.6, the local suspense account bug affecting 14 branches. And then if we go forwards to page 8, please. Um, 8.2, so far we have found no evidence of system-wide, brackets, systemic problems with Horizon.
Yeah.
We're aware of 2 incidents where defects or bugs arose, which took some time to identify and correct. And then at C, occasionally an unusual combination of events, such as a power or communications failure, during the process of a transaction can give rise to a situation where timely, accurate and complete information about the status of a transaction is not immediately available to a sub-postmaster. D, when sub-postmasters experience or report problems, the post office's response can appear to be unhelpful, unsympathetic, or simply fail to resolve the problem. The lack of a user forum means that sub-postmasters have little opportunity to raise issues of concern, etc. But when you read this, and you say in your witness statement that you got a copy of the interim report and read it, did you focus on each of the individual concerns raised by Second Sight here, including those which weren't related to Horizon itself? For example, lack of training and support, help desk facilities, investigations that had as their aim asset recovery, and the contract which placed risk on sub-postmasters? Or did you focus on the conclusion that there was no system-wide, brackets, systemic problems with the software?
I certainly focused more broadly than that. And I certainly remember focusing on the training and support issues. I think those had been raised by Lord Arbuthnot very early on, if not his first meeting. So those were in my mind. And I think that by the time this report came out, but I may be wrong about this, that people within the post office were aware of or had talked about the need to improve training and support, the help desk and so on. So I was absolutely aware of that. We've just talked about the 2 incidents where I felt, it was reassuring that the post office itself had identified these and taken action, and that nobody had been any out of pocket or any the worse for that. On these other issues, it seemed to me that these were up in the air and that they would need to be considered, they were going to be considered further as part of, because this was an interim report.
Can we turn up, in fact, before we do, what was your understanding of the phrase, no evidence of system-wide, brackets, systemic problems?
My understanding of that was that it was a reassuring message that the Horizon system was basically sound.
Did you understand it meant that there were no software problems with Horizon?
No, because of the point B.
Did you understand that point B was the only software problems with Horizon?
At that point, that would have been my belief.
Did you know the extent to which Second Sight had investigated the extent of software problems in Horizon, going back to legacy Horizon, back to 2000, and with Horizon Online?
I wasn't aware of all the detail of what they'd been doing, no.
Can we turn up paragraph 198 of your witness statement, please, which is on page 100. It'll come up on the screen for you, Ms. Perkins.
Okay, thank you.
So page 100. It's just something that you say in your witness statement at paragraph 198. You say, I'm asked whether there was any change in approach by the Post Office to the existence of bugs, errors and defects since the instruction of Second Sight. As previously explained, I didn't understand that Horizon was subject to bugs, errors and defects, nor had I heard that acronym until many years after I left the Post Office. Just some clarification, if I may. Are you saying that you did not understand that any bugs had affected Horizon at any point during your period as chair?
That is what I'm saying here.
That can't be right, though, can it? Because we've just read the Second Sight report, which said that at least 2 bugs had affected.
Yes. Well, I see what you're saying. Okay. That the 2... I suppose when I was writing this, I was thinking of this acronym BEDS,
Yes.
bugs, errors and defects.
So is the correct position?
So the correct position is that obviously when I read when I first read the interim report, I could see clearly that there had been these 2 things called anomalies in this report. So yes, absolutely, I was aware of them. I'm afraid when I wrote this, I wasn't clear about this acronym.
Okay, so this is all about the acronym rather than the bugs.
Precisely.
Is that a fair way to describe it?
I think so, yes, because I say that at the end, nor had I heard of that acronym. So that's what I think I was responding to.
And then lastly on this topic, if we can go forward to paragraph 211 of your witness statement, which is on page 105. You say the Horizon system was critically important to the Post Office.
Yeah.
The sub-postmasters and people in Crown offices and members of the public around the country relied on it daily for transactions.
Yeah.
If there was any suggestion that it couldn't be relied on, it could make the public think their money was not safe with us and worry the people using the system.
Yeah.
I was not at any point trying to bury information that might reveal that there was something wrong in Horizon. If something was wrong, we needed to know, to be open about it and act on it. If the findings were not evidence-based, however, it was going to cause serious damage for no reason, and it did not appear that all of Second Sight's criticisms were going to be properly evidenced.
Oh.
The last sentence first, it didn't appear that Second Sight's criticisms were going to be properly evidenced. That's what you were told orally.
Yes.
And that was based on what somebody else had said to the person that was telling you.
And it was based on what several people had said to me over a longish period of time.
When you say here that the Horizon system was important for the public because it relied on it daily for transactions, did you consider that a similar or greater concern at the time ought to have been whether such suggestions about Horizon's integrity were relevant to a substantial number of convictions that may have been unsafe?
I don't think that at that point, I don't think that I was aware and the board was aware of the scale of the issue. But clearly we were aware that people had been prosecuted, and so there had to be a possibility that that some of those if anybody is successfully prosecuted, there has to be a possibility that that prosecution might not have been safe.
That's a very abstract statement. I'm asking in the context of what you say here about the critical importance of Horizon to the Post Office and the public that it served. I'm asking whether that overshadowed, in your mind and the board's mind, the possibility that Horizon had been relied on to produce data that had led to convictions that may be unsafe.
No, I don't think it did overshadow that. But I think what I was trying to deal with here in my witness statement was the suggestion that the board or I were improperly concerned about the Post Office's reputation. And what I was trying to say here, and it's borne out by other evidence, is that I was absolutely prepared to face up to evidence findings by Second Sight that things were wrong. But what I was really did not want to happen was that things would be said that weren't, I've said it already, that things would be said in that report that were critical of the Post Office's operations, which were not actually justified. That was the concern.
And at this point in time, had what Mr. Grant said to you been lost in the mists of time?
I think, to be quite honest, I'm not sure that I would have remembered that conversation at that point. That conversation took place in September 2011 in the middle of a huge inflow of information onto not a blank mind, but a very unfilled mind. And here we're now in July 2013. It's nearly 2 years later.
Thank you. So that's an appropriate moment. We're changing topics. Could we
Yeah.
reconvene at 2 p.m, please?
Certainly, yeah.
Thank you very much. afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Perkins. We were dealing with the publication of the Second Sight Interim Report on the 8th of July 2013 and the events that immediately preceded it, and now turning to the events that followed it.
Yeah.
Can we look, please, at poll 0040 7582, please? And if we look at the top part of the page, thank you, it's a Bond Dickinson attendance note, and you know that Bond Dickinson were one of the firms of solicitors instructed by the Post Office at this time.
Yes.
It's an attendance note of Simon Richardson, who's one of the solicitors there, and it's an attendance upon Susan Kryon and Hugh Flemington. Right. And it's on the 10th of July. You're not party to this, but it says things about you and about the board of which you're a member.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Can we, if we just scroll up a little bit, the matter, second from the top, is Horizon Challenges General.
Yeah.
And then if we scroll down, please, and look at numbered paragraph 3, the introduction to this says there was general discussion about how we were going to manage the additional complaints and resourcing, and essentially where we got to was quite a lengthy brainstorming session. Then 3, the board want to sack Second Sight, and of course are not coping well with the fact they are independent. Susan Kryon is going to arrange to meet Second Sight and asked if she could use our offices next Tuesday. And then paragraph 7. There was generally an overall defensive air, and the board are also feeling bruised. There are tensions between people, and that includes Alice Perkins, the chair, Paula Venables, the CEO, and Susan Kryon. I said I thought the minister had dealt with the questions extremely well and looked in control of the brief. Evidently, she had Post Office in to tear them off a strip for not putting someone up earlier in the day for interviews on radio and television, etc. So just scrolling back up to paragraph 3, at this time, 10th of July 2013, did the board want to sack Second Sight?
No.
Do you know where either Susan Kryon or Hugh Flemington may have got the idea from that the board wanted to sack Second Sight?
Well, Susan Kryon, I think, would have been aware of the fact that the board was concerned about Second Sight for the reasons I gave this morning. I think that the telephone board meeting that we had, I think it was on the 1st of July, we talked about this morning.
That's right.
Yeah. That meeting had been in people's diaries for a completely different reason, and the discussion about the coming of the interim report was sort of shoehorned into that. People on the board weren't expecting that to be happening at that point. And obviously there were no papers or anything like that. They were just, having to react on the hoof. And as I said this morning, we were at a critical point in our negotiation with government about the next 5 years' funding. And I think people were more sensitive, if you like, than they would normally have been.
But they didn't want to sack Second Sight?
I think that there were questions being asked about the competence of Second Sight, the capability, the scale of the enterprise, if you like, and their competence to deal with these issues in the context in which we all found ourselves. But I think that really is an exaggeration of the situation.
Was, to your knowledge, the board not coping well with the fact that Second Sight were independent?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that was it at all. I think the board, I wouldn't say the board weren't coping well. I mean, I've had quite a lot of experience of looking at how boards operate. And one of the things that I think almost all boards take badly is being bounced, is being taken by surprise.
That's not what this is talking about. This is talking about the independence of the investigators.
No, absolutely. I understand that. But I think what I'm trying to say is this was something that everybody was finding very uncomfortable. You can't, and you shouldn't, they were finding it uncomfortable and, were perhaps reacting in ways that they didn't normally react, but that was absolutely not the same thing as saying that they weren't coping well with an independent review or report.
Is what we read here, in fact, the truth of the position, not reflected at all in the board minutes, but piercing the veil, peeling back the veil?
No.
With Susan Kryon speaking on a legally privileged occasion and revealing the truth?
Sorry, can you take me to what you're looking at?
Yes, the
here?
board want to sack Second Sight and are not coping well with the fact that Second Sight is independent.
And you're talking about piercing the veil?
Yes, we don't see in either of the board minutes of the 1st of July 2013
Yep.
or the 9th of July, which was in fact about a different issue that
Yeah.
board was convened,
Yeah.
any mention of board's concern over Second Sight being independent or any concern that the board wish to sack Second Sight. And what I'm asking you is, are the minutes sanitised?
No. There's certainly, the minutes were never sanitised. Absolutely not.
Can you explain how it is that either Hugh Flemington or Susan Kryon are telling the Post Office lawyer that the Post Office wants to sack Second Sight and your board is not coping well with the fact that they're independent?
No, I have absolutely no idea what they based that on, but I can absolutely assure you that that was not the case.
Paragraph 7, there was generally an overall defensive air and the board are feeling bruised. Was the board feeling bruised?
No, I don't think the board was feeling bruised. The board was feeling, if I can be colloquial about this, oh my goodness, there is an awful lot to cope with here and it's difficult, but they weren't feeling bruised.
It records that either Hugh Flemington or Susan Kryon said there were tensions between people, including you, Paula Venables and Susan Kryon. Is that accurate?
Well, I think that I felt, and I think I say this, don't I, in my witness statement, that the Post Office had not handled the run-up to this well. And I was cross that we had been taken by surprise in this way. It was not right that a telephone board meeting called for something else was the forum for discussing something as serious as this. There were no papers for it. Nobody had any time to prepare for it. And that's not the way I would ever have wanted to conduct a board discussion about something as important as this.
Was the board operating with a defensive air about it?
I don't think that's a correct interpretation, and I may be wrong about this, I don't think Hugh Flemington was present at either of these discussions.
So if this was said, it would be Susan Kryon saying it?
Well,
right?
I mean, he may have chosen to say it, but if
not knowing the truth.
If I'm right that he wasn't on the call, I mean, I don't know whether I am right, but I don't think he would have
No,
been.
Hugh Flemington wasn't.
No. So I don't know on what basis he would have been saying that.
So it must be Susan Kryon.
Well, either he's heard something that he's over-interpreting, or it's Susan, or it's both of them. I don't know. But I was pretty shocked when I first saw this, I must say.
I'm sure. The headline that the Post Office took from the Second Sight interim report was that there were no systemic faults in Horizon and that the Post Office could continue saying that it was a robust system.
Yes, and that was also the view of Lord Arbuthnot at the time. And he put that up, he said that in a in his press statement about it. So we were not alone in concluding that.
And therefore, there would be no reason to sack Second Sight. There would be no reason for the board wishing that Second Sight were not so independent. No reason for the board feeling bruised, if that was genuinely the message that Post Office took from the Second Sight report.
Well, and we accepted the support and training findings, and people were very determined to do something about that. I mean, I'm not trying to say that there weren't reservations about Second Sight. I have already just said that. But I mean, this is not a description that I recognise.
Can we turn to the 16th of July 2013 board meeting? I think you realise that this is a significant event, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Can we turn to the papers that were prepared for the board meeting first by looking at poll 309-9218? This is a paper prepared, if we look at page 3. Scroll down. Thank you. 12th of July 2013 by Susan Kryon.
Yeah.
Back to page 1, please. It's an update following publication of the interim report, whose purpose was to, 1, update the board on latest events, and 2, seek input on how the business moves forward with the 3 new initiatives outlined in the Post Office's press release.
Yeah.
Let's look at the foot of the page. It sets out the current activities underway. I'm not going to read all of those. If we go over the page and just read 3.6, ongoing and new prosecutions. We're reviewing these on a case-by-case basis as to whether or not they need to be adjourned or other action taken in the light of the publication of the interim report. And 3.7, criminal case review. On the advice of our external criminal lawyers, we've immediately begun a review of our criminal cases conducted since separation on 1st of April 2012. More detail is set out in Annex 1. As I think you know, the date actually given is 1st of January 2010 in Annex 1.
Yeah.
Can we go to Annex 1, please, which is page 4? This is Susan Kryon's Annex 1. Post Office have been advised by our external criminal solicitors to undertake a review of all cases going back to the time of migration from Old Horizon to Horizon Online, 1st of January 2010, and this has already begun. They're essentially looking at whether or not anything in the interim report should be drawn to the attention of any defendants, current or past, and if so, they'll be writing to the relevant defendants, providing them with a copy of the Second Sight interim report. We have a continuing legal duty as prosecutors to do this. And then 1.1, we believe that we will have undertaken around 55 prosecutions a year for the last 10 years. The external lawyers have advised us that they believe there will be about 5% where they need to disclose additional evidence. It will be up to the defence lawyers to consider the evidence and apply to the Court of Appeal. And then skipping to 1.3, we may also face civil suits for wrongful conviction. The consequences of this are malicious falsehood, defamation, wrongful termination of their contracts, and harassment. 1.4, if we abandon prosecutions, we may also face claims, e.g. for malicious prosecution. If, as the Post Office was presenting matters publicly, there were no systemic defects in Horizon, that the 2 anomalies or exceptions, as they were rebranded courtesy of Miss Vennell's husband, didn't affect any prosecution or civil cases, and that the 2 exceptions had been spotted and dealt with entirely appropriately at the time, how could convictions be overturned and the Post Office face claims for wrongful conviction?
I think that we thought that, I mean, we were in receipt of advice here as we've already established, there were no non-executive directors who had legal knowledge. I think that we were just accepting what we were being told by the General Counsel and thought that this sounded like the right kind of precautionary action to be taken.
I'm asking how it added up. If Second Sight said there are no systemic problems, if the bugs had not affected any prosecutions and had been dealt with entirely appropriately in accordance with Post Office's usual procedures, why might the Post Office face claims for wrongful conviction?
I don't know how, I'm not sure whether I really thought that through at that point.
Can you see the point?
Yes, I understand the point you're making.
It doesn't really add up, does it? If the Post Office genuinely believed in the conclusions which it chose to highlight in the Second Sight report, none of this makes sense. Must be something else, mustn't there?
I don't know whether we would have thought that it could have been something to do with the lack of support that the sub-postmasters were being given, that they were... I mean, you know, one of the things that Lord Arbuthnot said to me right at the outset and repeated was that he thought that some of the sub-postmasters had, because they hadn't been, in his view, properly trained and or properly supported, they just got into a position where they felt unable to withstand the situation they found themselves in. So perhaps...
That could be it. So it could be the training and helpline support issue.
It could be.
That may mean
yes,
that a conviction falls to be overturned.
Yes.
And a claim for wrongful conviction.
Because the treatment had been so inappropriate. I don't know.
Was anything else
I'm
ever mentioned? Anything else dropped in at this stage about a witness giving false evidence?
I think not at this stage. There was a very later, I think it's in my witness statement, I can't remember offhand, but later there was a board paper which had a one-sentence reference to finding a new independent expert without any explanation as to why that was, and the sort of the inference that people could perfectly reasonably have drawn from that was there was some prosaic reason for that. After I had signed this witness statement very recently, I was shown an email from Paula Venables to me, which listed a whole series of things that she wanted to tell me about, and there is a reference to the independent expert in that, which I think she described as not material.
Yes, and we'll come to that later today or probably tomorrow.
Okay.
But at this point, we're not to draw from this Susan Kryon paper.
Yeah.
The fact that you thought there was anything odd or unusual with, on the one hand, the Second Sight report being presented to the public as vindicating Horizon, and yet privately in the board it was being told that convictions may on application be overturned and the Post Office may face claims of wrongful conviction.
I think we always knew that there was a possibility that there could be claims for wrongful conviction. I think we would have just thought that this was a precautionary, proper process.
Thank you. Can we move on then to the board meeting itself?
Yeah.
Poll 302-1516. We can see a list of those present,
Yes.
Including you.
Yeah.
And then in attendance, those present if we scroll down a little bit.
Yes.
And then if we go to page 6, which is the relevant part, please. Under Horizon Update, the CEO, Paula Venables, explained that although the second site report had been challenging, it had highlighted some positive things as well as improvement opportunities. The business had been praised in Parliament for setting up the independent review. The proportionality of the tiny number of cases had been emphasised, and no systemic issues had been found with the Horizon computer system. However, there were cultural issues which had to be addressed to improve the support we gave to sub-postmasters. The CEO stressed that this was now a catalyst to make changes in the business. The board was concerned that the review opened the business up to claims of wrongful prosecution. The board asked if Susan Kryon, as General Counsel, was in any way implicated in the prosecutions. The CEO reported that until 18 months ago, Royal Mail Group had run the criminal law team, and many of the cases in the review had arisen before separation. The CEO explained that the business was a prosecuting authority and, as such, brought its own prosecutions. However, since separation, the General Counsel had proposed moving to the more normal position of using the CPS for prosecutions. This was being explored. The board expressed strong views that the business had not managed the second site review well and stressed the need for better management and cost control going forward. D, the board accepted that this was an independent review and therefore things could happen that were beyond the control of the business. However, the things that could be managed by the business needed to be well managed with strong leadership, and the board asked the CEO if she considered changing the person leading for the business. Just to stop there, that's a reference to Susan Kryon.
It is, yes.
F, the CEO had considered this and recognised that the business did not have good governance in place around second site, but the independence of the review and the input from MPs and JFSA had made this complicated. The chairman asked for a review, a post-mortem, to report to the Audit and Risk Committee explaining how we awarded and managed the contract. This should be put in place, put in hand swiftly. Action, Susan Kryon. And then over the page, the board asked for the CEO to decide the way forward in terms of leadership of this work based on the option which had least risk to the business. And then lastly, the CFO, that's Mr. Day, was asked what the insurance position was. He promised the board a note on this. He was also asked to ensure that both Royal Mail Group and the business insurers were given notice of the review findings. Now, we've seen that there was a 12th of July 2013 paper, 4-page paper, written by Susan Kryon.
Yeah.
And it was intended, according to the agenda, that she presented that.
Yes.
Who presented the Susan Kryon 12th of July board report?
Paula Venables did.
Who presented Susan Kryon's Annex A to it?
Presumably, I don't think anybody else presented other than...
So Paula Venables as well?
Yes.
There was also a significant litigation report before the board as well, wasn't there?
It was, yes.
Can we look at that, please? Poll 409210. And look at page 105, please. Thank you. This is the significant litigation report that was placed before the board.
Yes.
And it's divided into essentially two parts. Part A, a report on Horizon claims. You can see under the description, post officers received various claims from sub-postmasters alleging wrongful termination of contract and or damages based on alleged defects in the Horizon system and the post office's internal processes. They were made in 5 claims brought by shoesmiths, which is not currently progressing the claims through the courts. Similar allegations have been made through sub-postmasters, MPs, through the JFSA, and in defences to court proceedings brought by Post Office to recover debts from sub-postmasters. An independent investigator, Second Sight, has been reviewing these allegations in consultation with James Arbuthnot. And then under status, in the last paragraph of status, second site is continuing to investigate the sub-postmasters concerned. Post office is cooperating with second site's investigation and conducting a review of the criminal and civil proceedings it has issued against sub-postmasters, where issues with the Horizon system have been raised to establish which cases may be vulnerable to challenge. Who presented this paper to the board?
Was this a noting paper?
It's difficult to tell.
Okay. If it were a noting paper, then it wouldn't normally have been presented unless, if somebody wanted to raise a question on it, on a noting paper, then if we knew in advance, then we would arrange for that person to be there. And if not, it would be picked up and followed up later.
In fact, if we just go back to page 1 of the whole document and scroll down and again.
Yes.
If you look at 11,
yes.
The SLR is for noting,
Yes.
so it wouldn't necessarily be presented by anyone.
No.
Okay, thank you. So the 12th of July paper and the annex to it,
Yes.
it was intended that they be presented to the board by Susan Kryon.
That had been the intention, yes.
Did, in fact, as you say, Ms Venables present it in place of Susan Kryon, who was not invited into the meeting at your direction?
That's correct. Would it be all right if I explained?
Well, just if you answer the following questions, it may be
of course.
that explanation
Yeah.
will emerge.
Yeah.
Firstly, was that a unilateral decision?
I'm not sure whether it was or wasn't a unilateral decision, and I can explain why.
Okay, go ahead.
You'll see at the top of the agenda that
If we scroll up. Yeah.
So before the board, there was a meeting of non-executive directors on their own.
At Bistro Bruno Lebet.
Exactly,
Yes.
which is just down the road. We used to have these approximately every 6 months. It's considered to be good practice for non-executive directors to meet on their own from time to time. This would have been arranged months in advance, so it would have had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that it happened shortly after the interim report had been published. But it was an opportunity for non-executive directors to share amongst themselves things they were concerned about, and there was a good deal of concern expressed at that meeting about the events leading up to the interim report, how things had happened in the way they did, and it would have been on the back of that, and also possibly, but I can't remember this, conversations I may have had with individual non-executive directors, that I felt that we would not be able to have a discussion that we needed to have in the board if Susan was present throughout. I knew that there were going to be critical questions raised about the way she'd handle things, and I thought for 2 reasons that it was right to have that discussion initially without her. I'll come back to why initially. One was that I thought the non-executive directors needed the opportunity to say what they wanted to say in the full board, and I knew that it was going to be very critical of Susan, and I didn't think that it was appropriate for her to have to sit there and take it. But it was my intention to let that happen and then to bring her in and have her present the paper. But I think what happened was it was one of those discussions which just developed and took more time than I had expected possibly or wanted. And we had other things on the agenda that were really pressing. And I don't remember for certain, but I may well have felt I can't ask her to come in, having heard all of this, I can't just ask her to walk into this room without knowing something of what had been happening. So that's the background to why she ended up not coming into the room. And obviously, I understand that would have been very disconcerting for her. And as I said to her later, I am really sorry that happened. I've been kept outside boardrooms in my life, and it's not a comfortable experience, and I knew that. But there were really good reasons for doing what I did.
Why is none of that reflected in the board minutes?
Because I don't think that we would. I don't know why it wasn't reflected in the. I don't know the answer to that question.
Why is what you just said not reflected in your 232-page witness statement?
And that's because it was only after I had signed my witness statement that I saw that I did two things. One was that I saw some documents that I hadn't seen up to that point, and they were my note of my meeting with Susan later in that month, and a note of Paula's of, I think, 2 meetings that she had with Susan. And they were really, the one I'd written myself did jog my memory. And then I went back to this agenda, and I went back to think about what was happening at this time and what else was on the agenda. And it came back to me.
How could Ms Venables possibly speak to the legal issues mentioned in Susan Crichton's board paper of the 12th of July?
Well, she couldn't really have spoken.
She's told us that she didn't know the facts and had no legal knowledge, and therefore couldn't speak to the paper at all.
No, I think that...
You'd know that, wouldn't you?
I would have known that, and I can see that what I should have done, in retrospect, is that I should have paused, and I should have thought, we're not having the kind of discussion about this paper that's before us that we ought to be having, and therefore we'll have to have a separate discussion about it. That's what I should have done. But
I mean, there were really 2 issues, weren't there? One was the legal claims that Post Office may face and the management of those, which Susan Crichton's paper spoke to. And the second was the management by her, amongst others, of the second sight process.
Yes.
And in making her sit outside because you wanted to discuss the latter, there was no discussion of the former.
I think that's absolutely right, yes. And that's one of... So I have a lot of regrets about this particular period, because I think now, looking back on all of this, that the way in which we followed up the interim review, combined with the fact that, as I'm sure we'll come on to, we didn't see absolutely revelatory legal advice, meant that we failed to take a really important opportunity to go in a different direction on this.
You tell us, I'm going to give the references without going to the witness statement.
Okay.
That document can come down, thank you. You tell us in your witness statement, it's paragraph 81.7.3 on page 39, that you were astonished that the board received no notification of the Simon Clark advice on expert evidence of the 15th of July 2013, the day before this board meeting.
Exactly.
You say this advice came at a crucial time when we were considering Second Sight's report and the review of horizon-based prosecutions, but this was never shown to the board. You say you were never shown Gareth Jenkins' note entitled Local Suspense Problems. You were never shown the Helen Rose report of the 12th of July 2013. You say that a subsequent advice by Simon Clark of the 2nd of August 2013 about the duty to record and retain material was never brought to your attention. and that you are, quote, astonished that this document was never provided to the board. You say on page 82, paragraph 82 on page 41, that you find it extraordinary and highly regrettable that these pieces of information were not provided to the board. You look back at these omissions and you feel very badly let down by them. This meant the board didn't ask questions which might have got to the truth of the matter, which was that Horizon was unsafe and shouldn't have been relied on for prosecutions. And in other parts of your witness statement, you essentially identify Susan Kryon as being principally responsible.
Yes.
You sat her outside on a chair and then criticised her failure to reveal information to you as shocking or astonishing. How do those two things sit with each other?
I wouldn't describe it as made her sit outside on a chair, but I understand that she was not in the meeting. I don't know to whom the Simon Clarke advice was originally sent, but what I do know is that both pieces of advice from Simon Clarke came into the post office when Susan was the General Counsel. It's perfectly true that she didn't have the opportunity to mention that to the board at the meeting on the 16th of July. We have no way of knowing. I don't know whether she had even read it by then.
She hadn't, in fact. She hadn't been provided to it. It sat in a drawer for 12 days, we're told.
Okay, well, she couldn't have done it even if she had been there. But two pieces of advice of that nature shouldn't just be reported orally. They should have been the subject of some kind of written note, not a note, a proper paper saying we've had this advice. Perhaps the original advice might not have been provided in the first instance, but the findings of the advice and its implications should have been brought to the board. And there was, so I'm terribly sorry to cut across you, but there was time after even the 12 days were up when that could have been done, and it wasn't.
Can we look at what you were provided with and go back to the report for the board of the 12th of July 2013, poll 30099218. Poll 30099218. We looked at this a moment ago. If we look, please, at page 3, please, under next steps. Thank you. Next steps, a proactive approach. There are a number of areas where the Post Office wishes to take a proactive approach. For instance, looking at processes for managing our relationship with our sub-postmasters. Further details will be shared at the meeting. A reactive approach in respect of the criminal cases should wait for those to be overturned via the Court of Appeal and for claims for compensation to be made. We'll then decide whether to settle or fight these on a case-by-case basis. Even on what you were told, there were issues for the board to consider and decide upon, weren't there?
Yes.
But it didn't, did it?
No, it didn't.
One of the issues was the extent to which excluding cases predating January 2010 from the review was a reasonable approach to take. Was that identified by the board?
I'm afraid I don't think it's in the minutes. I can't remember whether it was raised or not.
The annex to this paper
Yeah.
says that we're going back to the 1st of January 2010.
10. Yeah. I think we knew that there were practical difficulties about going back pre that date.
Where did you learn of those practical difficulties from?
I can't tell you for certain, but I think that there had been references over time to that.
Do you accept that the type of questions that the board ought to have been asking when presented with this paper and its annex is these bugs that we've been told about, do they predate the introduction of Horizon Online or do they postdate it? If some of them predate it, why are we only going back to the introduction of Horizon Online? Why is that a reasonable cut-off?
Sorry, is that a question?
Yes.
Yes.
It started with, do you accept that?
Sorry. Look, I have said, and I do accept, that in the event the board didn't give this paper, it didn't give the substance of this paper the attention that it should have done, and I take responsibility for the fact that I didn't stop and think about having the discussion having turned out the way it did. I should have thought about what we ought then to do about aspects of this paper which had not been discussed, and I didn't do that, and I'm very sorry that I didn't do that.
What was, this can come down, thank you, what was yours and the board's reaction to being informed that the Post Office may face civil claims for wrongful prosecution?
I think we were concerned about that.
What was your reaction and the board's reaction to being told that if the Post Office stopped prosecuting, it may face claims for malicious prosecution?
I think I would have thought if there were good reasons for stopping prosecution, we should stop prosecution.
Were you and the board concerned that the second site review, had opened up the Post Office to claims of wrongful prosecution?
I think we realised that the interim review put us in a different position from the position we'd been in before. I wouldn't want anybody to interpret that as us thinking that meant that it was a bad thing to have done the independent review.
Were you the person on the board who expressed the strong views, according to the minutes, that the Post Office had not managed the second site review well?
I think that was a view that was very widely shared. It was my view, but I was by no means alone in that view, and it wasn't my style to impose my view on the board. I was always really, really careful not to lead the board on... I would encourage other people to come in and express their views before I expressed my own view.
Why were you concerned that the second site review had opened the Post Office up to claims for wrongful prosecution?
I think we were being told that it...
Yes, but what's the concern?
I suppose we thought that there might be something to do with... I mean, I think we were thinking that there could be other bugs. I think we've talked about this already, haven't we? That the absence of adequate training and support could have been part of this.
I was thinking more about many organisations have claims brought against them.
Yes.
And they can be concerned about them because they may have a financial impact upon them.
Yes.
They may affect the balance sheet.
Yeah.
They may have staff morale impacts.
Yeah.
They may have an abstraction of resources to deal with them concern. There might be media or reputational harm caused by claims for wrongful prosecution.
Yeah.
There might actually be a concern that some people have been wrongfully prosecuted.
Yes.
Which of those things was the concern of the board?
I can't remember the detail of these concerns, but I think it could have been all of them.
Did you consider that the second site investigation needed better management?
this is something I know there's been much discussion about. I thought that the Post Office had not properly liaised with Second Sight over their work, and that the whole basis of the relationship between Second Sight and the Post Office had not been put on a proper footing.
Why was the Post Office's governance around Second Sight unsatisfactory to you?
I don't know whether I was aware of this at the time, but I certainly became aware of the fact that there'd been no letter of engagement for Second Sight, which seems very strange. That, as I said to you earlier, there had been an understanding on my part, and I think on the part of everybody concerned, that Second Sight expected to complete their work within a matter of weeks or short months. There was a kind of budget set up for it, and in practice it took, as I've already said this, so I'm sorry I'm repeating myself, it went on much, much, much longer than anyone...
Sorry, to speak across you, did
Yes.
you establish who bore responsibility for that?
So part of what I was thinking here was, why was the board and why was I so unaware that that this interim report was coming when it was, and that the whole thing after Second Sight had been set up went very, very quiet from my perspective and the board's perspective for a very, very long time, and then it kind of emerged as a sort of as something that was happening in this most enormous hurry, and I didn't think that was professional.
Did the board approve the reactive strategy, namely not itself review the safety or propriety of the convictions that it obtained, but instead give disclosure of the Second Sight report to some sub-postmasters and let them pursue their cases through the Court of Appeal?
As I understand it, that was the advice we were given, and we took it.
Why did the board take the reactive approach rather than say, we ourselves should commission a review of the safety of the convictions that we've obtained?
I think because that was the legal advice that we were given. But I agree that we could, of course we could have had a discussion about that, and we could have asked, we could have asked for another view.
If we go back, please, to poll 3099218. And page 3, please. And next steps. You'll see the reactive approach set out there. There's no note in the board minutes that this was discussed or approved.
No. The board is asked to note the update and the actions set out above and decide whether the Audit and Risk Committee should consider the position of the Post Office as a prosecuting authority, which of course it wasn't, alongside its risk work in September. So I think...
So you're saying that it wasn't actually asked to make a decision?
It wasn't asked to make a decision, but that doesn't mean to say that you can't take it, you can't... I'm not saying for one moment that if the board was asked to note something and it decided that it actually wanted to have a discussion, of course it would have had a discussion. But, I think what I've tried to explain is that this item, it went off the rails, I think you could say, at short notice, and we didn't have the kind of discussion which we should have had about it.
You put a fair and full discussion of these issues beyond the reach of the board by sitting outside the author of this document, didn't you?
No, I don't think that's fair. I think that in the circumstances in which I found myself on that day, I think I took a perfectly understandable decision that it wasn't in anybody's interest for Susan to come into that discussion at that time. And I think had the events, sometimes the most rational processes get hijacked by events. This was an occasion when that happened. And I really don't think that had Susan been brought back into the room in that context that we would have had a fruitful discussion. What I do think, and I've said this already, is that I should, well, either I, and I take responsibility for this because I was the chair of the board, or somebody else on the board could have said to me, and they were well capable of doing this, Alice, I think we haven't done justice to this and we better have a separate discussion. We were always having separate discussions. We were constantly having unscheduled telephone meetings about this and that and the next thing, and that could have been done, but we didn't do it.
Even at its lowest, this board paper asks the board to note the update and the actions set out above, including the reactive approach to past possible miscarriages of justice, yes?
Yes.
Can we go back to the board minutes, please? Poll 302-1518. Sorry, 1516. Page 6. Page 6, please. So no, it was poll 302-1516. And page 6, please. This is the Horizon update that we read through in full earlier. If you just scroll through it, and down, and down, and down, and down, and down, and then stop. The paper isn't even noted.
Well, that's just stupid, sorry. But I mean, it should have, I can't understand whether that was just an omission from the minutes or what it was. I really
Do you think the paper got entirely overlooked?
No, I don't think it did get entirely overlooked. I don't think it did. I think probably what happened was that Paula spoke to the bits that she felt able to speak to. I think that's probably what happened.
So what's the status of the recommendation in the board paper that the Post Office should adopt a reactive approach rather than a proactive one to possible past miscarriages of justice?
I think...
Where does that sit?
Well, there wasn't a discussion about it. I mean, I think all you could say was, in the absence of a discussion and nobody saying, I want to talk about this or I don't agree with this, that you could say it had been noted because people would have read it and nobody had said, either of those two things. But I agree. I mean, the fact that it's not even recorded what the status of the paper was at the end of that item, it's not right.
Would you agree that overall the handling of the issue of the impact of the second sight report on past criminal convictions by the board on the 16th of July was very considerably suboptimal?
I think I've accepted that.
In particular, the suggestion of a reactive approach appears not to have been the subject of discussion, decision, or even noting.
I think that is right, yes. I think that is right.
Can I explore some of your criticisms of Susan Kryon, please? That document can come down. I should have said that Susan Kryon has told us in evidence that before the board meeting of the 16th of July, she met with Paula Venables and told her that in her view, Susan Kryon's view, there would be many successful claims against the Post Office arising from past prosecutions. Was that information passed on to you by Paula Venables?
No.
Did you know from any other source that that was Susan Kryon's view, that there would be many successful claims against the Post Office arising from past prosecutions?
No.
Do you agree that that is important information to have received, or would have been important information to have received from your General Counsel?
I do.
Do you accept that this critical information may have been passed to you if she had been allowed into the room?
I have no way of knowing that, but the way that, if you look at Annex 1 of that paper that we were looking at, there's a sentence in there about disclosure being required in about 5% of cases. So that was a sentence that was in there, which was a very, very partial account of what Susan understood the position to be.
Can I then explore some of your criticisms of Susan Kryon by moving forwards to poll 0038 1455?
Yeah.
This is a note of your meeting with Ms. Kryon on the 31st of July
Yeah.
at Post Office's premises at 148 Old Street.
Yeah.
If you just forgive me a moment, I need a reorg. And if we look, please, at the second page, at the third paragraph, starting I understood, you record, I understood that Second Sight's investigation had to be independent, but in the civil service there would have been someone marking it who was close to all of the key people, Second Sight, James Arbuthnot, JFSA, and knew what was going on between them. And then in the next paragraph, Susan Kryon said that as a lawyer, it was inappropriate for her to influence key stakeholders. She would have been criticised had she become close to them.
Yeah.
You record that you commented that if she had felt unable to play that role, she should have flagged that up and someone else could have been brought in to play it. Privately, I'm astonished at this view, which I simply do not recognise from my experience elsewhere. Would you agree that marking someone means to stay close to them, usually an opponent, in order to hamper his or her play?
If you're a footballer, that's certainly what it means. I realise that verb and the one about influencing give a very particular impression of what I was trying to do. What I was actually talking about, and I wrote this note, and so I take responsibility for the words in it. What I was talking about was liaison. So I'm talking about somebody in an organisation keeping the channels of communication open with people who are doing an independent review, knowing how their time frame is working out, knowing how their costs are building up, knowing what they're planning to do in terms of the way they go about their work and when it's going to be presented, and finding out whether there are things that they are encountering which are causing them difficulty, or anything else that the organisation can reasonably be expected to want to understand. It was absolutely not my intention that Susan or anybody else in the post office should be trying to influence the substance of Second Sight's report, and that in fact is corroborated by other emails that I was sending at that time.
You meant, Mark, in exactly that sense, influence, hamper their conduct, stay close to them. You wanted the key people, Second Sight, James Arbuthnot, and JFSA, influenced in their conduct, didn't you?
No.
If you didn't mean that, or you were not understood to mean that, then can you explain why Susan Kryon replied in the second paragraph there that it was inappropriate for her to influence the key stakeholders?
So I think what happened here was that there was a complete failure of communication between what it was that I had in mind and what she interpreted that I had in mind. So I've already said this, I'm on oath and I'm a truthful person. I am absolutely categorical that it was never my intention for anybody in the post office to try to influence Second Sight's evidence-based findings.
I'm so sorry.
And I can see that if that is what Susan thought I meant, why she didn't think that that was a proper thing for her to do, because it wouldn't have been a proper thing for her or anybody to do. But what I was saying was that there had been this total vacuum, as it seemed to me, where we had appointed Second Sight, we had some expectations about how that work would progress. It had progressed in an entirely different way, and we didn't know anything about it, or very little about it.
Well, can I explore what you said on three bases? First, I suggest to you that the reply that she gives, inappropriate for her to influence key stakeholders, gives the lie to what you meant, doesn't it? It reveals what you meant.
It reveals her interpretation of what I meant. It absolutely does not reveal my intention.
The second point then is when she says, but hold on, that's inappropriate. It would be inappropriate for me to influence key stakeholders. I'd be criticised because of my professional duties for doing that. Why did you not say, well, hold on, Susan, I'm not even suggesting that at all. You've got the wrong end of the stick.
I got the wrong end.
There's a miscommunication between us. I'm talking about marking somebody in the benevolent sense of being a liaison point.
Yeah.
Your understanding of it is completely wrong. That didn't happen, did it?
My understanding of it is completely right from my point of view. What I am saying is that I completely failed to communicate what I was trying to say.
When she gave her evidence to the inquiry on the 23rd of April 2024, it's page 142 of the transcript, Susan Kryon said that this is exactly what you were doing. You were suggesting to her that she should have exerted influence over the people responsible for the commissioning and conduct of the independent report. And that's why she said what she did about her professional duties.
But she did say that, but that doesn't mean that it's right.
So why wasn't it corrected at the time?
Well, I obviously wish that I had paid more attention to making sure that the record of this meeting was a correct description of what I intended.
It isn't the truth of the matter that through the use of the language which you have recorded as coming from you, marking the key people involved, the natural meaning of that, and Susan Kryon's reply, you were suggesting that she should have exercised actively influence over them on matters of substance.
No, I don't accept that. I absolutely don't accept that.
Were you unfamiliar with the professional duties imposed on lawyers and the Solicitor's Code of Conduct?
I would never have studied the Solicitor's Code of Conduct.
Is the reality you were annoyed that Susan Kryon, who had led on the Second Sight project, had not influenced Second Sight in a way that was sufficiently favourable to the Post Office?
No.
You accept, I think, that on Susan Kryton's understanding of what you were chiding her for, you were asking her to undermine her professional obligations and integrity.
Sorry, somebody was talking while you were asking me the question. Would you mind repeating?
Yes. On Susan Kryton's understanding of what you were chiding her for in this meeting, you were, in fact, asking her to undermine her professional obligations and integrity.
Had her interpretation been correct, then that might well be so, but her interpretation was not correct, and I misunderstood her interpretation, and I don't know what more I can really say about this.
If that can come down, thank you. If, as you say, executive members of the Post Office team were engaged in a process of not revealing serious matters to you, preventing the board from finding out about them.
Yeah.
The first clerk advice, the second clerk
Yeah.
advice, the Helen Rose report, the Gareth Jenkins report about suspense accounts.
Yeah.
Why do you think they did it?
I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I am a believer, if I can use this phrase, in the cock-up rather than the conspiracy theory of life. I tend not to think that people are in large, complex organisations are conspirators. I really do not know why that didn't happen, but it should have happened. I mean, it is extraordinary that it didn't happen. And I think the thing that, you know, when I saw the Simon Clarke advice, many, many, many years later, one of the things that struck me about it was that it was written in such clear language, whereas many of the documents that you've been talking about, ones we saw and ones that we didn't see, were quite technical in nature and wouldn't necessarily be obvious to somebody who didn't have a background in those subjects. But if you read the Simon Clarke advice, there is no mistaking what it is that he's saying.
Looking back on matters now, knowing everything that you do now, and having, I think, listened and watched to a substantial body of evidence in the inquiry and read a substantial number of documents, was this done to prevent an emerging scandal from surfacing?
I wish I knew. I just don't understand it. So, for a general counsel to receive advice like that, to put it at its lowest, it would be in your own best interest to share it, wouldn't it? I mean, you know, it wasn't in your best interest not to show it to anybody. So I can't, I'm sorry, but I don't know, and we can all speculate, but I don't know the answer to that. But I see this as one of a number of failed turning points in this very sorry story. And I do really believe that in that summer of 2013, things could have been very different, and they weren't.
Just on a point of detail, I think I suggested earlier that the Jenkins advice of the 15th of July stayed in a drawer for 12 days. It was in fact the shredding advice of the 2nd of October that stayed in a drawer for 12 days.
Okay.
Knowing what you know now, and knowing very closely at the time the personalities involved, do you believe that the senior executives were trying to deal with the problems themselves in the hope that they could make them go away without revealing them to the board?
It's possible.
Were they concerned, do you think, that the board members might break things out into the public domain by telling MPs or even sub-postmasters directly about the matters revealed in the clerk advices, for example?
I can't think that anybody would have thought that we would leap from, supposing the clerk advice had been shown to me before it was shown to the board, I would have said, this needs to go to the board and we need a proper discussion of this. If it had gone to the board, to me and the board, simultaneously, I'm absolutely sure that people would have wanted a proper discussion of it, but that there wouldn't have been a leap to tell people outside the post office as the first reaction. Do you see what I mean? I mean, we would have wanted to talk about it amongst ourselves and get advice on it and decide. I mean, the first thing we would have had to have done would have been to talk to the shareholder about this.
So that's an appropriate moment for a break. Can we take the afternoon break of 15 minutes, please, until 3:25?
Yeah.
Thank you. Experts, good afternoon. Can you continue to see and hear us?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Perkins, can we just finish off, please, the note that you wrote of your conversation with Susan Kryon by just going back to the last part of it, poll 00381455. And page 3, which is the last page, and at the bottom of the last page, it's the PS. PS, at one point, Susan Kryon referred to a recent conversation with the BIS team, that's Business Innovation and Skills team, at which one of them had commented that they'd always felt uncomfortable about the Horizon cases. When she'd asked why they hadn't pursued that, the person said it was because the Post Office had always been so forceful in its defence of the issue and its handling. Did Susan Kryon name the person at that government department who had felt uncomfortable about the Horizon cases?
If she did, I don't remember who it was.
If she had named them, would you have recorded it?
Yes, I think so. I can't see why I wouldn't have done.
The person said, according to Ms. Kryon, that they hadn't pursued the issue of being uncomfortable about the Horizon cases because the Post Office had always been so forceful in its defence of the issue. Is that an accurate characterisation of how you, at this time, would have viewed Post Office's response to criticism of its prosecutions and the Horizon system, i.e. forceful?
I think we've talked, haven't we, about the concern about unevidenced allegations. So I think the Post Office was forceful about unevidenced allegations. I mean, certainly I had conversations with people in the shareholder executive at various times about this. And I don't think I would describe those conversations as forceful. What other people said when I wasn't there, I can't say.
Did anyone from the BIS team say anything to equivalent effect, as is recorded there, to you?
No.
That they'd felt uncomfortable
No.
about the Horizon cases?
No. I do remember some, I can't remember the detail of them, but I do remember that, this did come up from time to time, but I absolutely don't remember that. And I would have been alert to that.
Did you pursue this in any way with anyone in the BIS team?
I don't think so.
And why wouldn't you have done?
I don't know. I think that this conversation happened. I think I must have been about to go away for 3 weeks because it was the summer, and perhaps I didn't come back to it. I don't remember that I ever did raise it with anybody from BIS.
But it's quite significant, isn't it, that somebody would this be the shareholder team that's being referred to
Not
there?
necessarily, because at that point there were these two different parts of the business department. There was the shareholder executive, which sat within it, and there was the Post Office team that sat within it, and they were separate.
So it could either be the shareholder executive or somebody in government itself?
It could.
Thank you, that can come down. You say throughout your witness statement, as we've addressed in part already, that you were shocked or astonished at the fact that the Post Office Board was not provided with the Clark advice of the 15th of July 2013 concerning Gareth Jenkins. The Clark advice, known as the shredding advice of the 2nd of August 2013 about document retention or destruction, nor any of the advices written by Mr. Altman that revealed the existence of those previous two advices.
Yes.
Does that suggest to you that successive counsel general counsel within the Post Office were responsible for the same failing or the same approach, at least Miss Kryon and Mr. Oyard, in not giving disclosure to you?
Well, neither of them did give disclosure, but...
And incidentally, nor did Jane McLeod when she became general counsel, did she?
No, not to me, certainly, she didn't. No.
She was handling the ongoing interest in the Post Office from the CCRC, wasn't she?
She was, yes.
And none of those documents were therefore shown to you by 3 successive general counsel.
That's true.
Do you know why 3 successive general counsel were not shown to you, so far as we can tell, to the non-executive board members?
No, I don't. I mean, we had a bit of a discussion about this before the last break, and I was saying to you that, you know, I can't understand why, if somebody knew that advice like that, I mean, had seen advice like that come into them, why they wouldn't have wanted to share it. I mean, if something like that had, I mean, you know, obviously it's evident, I am not a lawyer, but as a civil servant over very many years, I dealt with lots and lots of really difficult things, some of which were really hard to handle. And if I got a piece of really bad news, if you like, the first thing I would have wanted to do was to share it, because, I mean, why wouldn't you want to share it? You want somebody else's view on it, you want to be open about it. It's beyond me. I don't understand it.
One reason that has been given is that it was not the practice of general counsel to provide to the board the originating advices of counsel or solicitors. Can we look, please, at poll 302 7688? And if we scroll down, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Your email of the 8th of February 2014.
Yeah.
This is unconnected with the topic that we were addressing, i.e. Second Sight in mid-2013.
Yes.
But I'm looking at the issue of the practice of sending on originating documents, legal documents, to the board or to you. You say, Alistair, it's not yet clear whether it will be possible for me to participate in this telephone conference. I will if I can. My reaction to this paper, which is helpful and clear in many respects, is that it doesn't spell out clearly enough for me why we think it's right in principle for us to maintain a different policy from other organisations.
Yeah.
The Brian Altman point, i.e. option C, is dismissed too summarily.
Yeah.
I do, of course, understand that we couldn't just throw our cases at the CPS and walk away at a moment's notice. And then you continue. The detail isn't actually relevant for the moment. And then if we scroll up, please. Ms Venables forwards that on to the then interim general counsel, Chris Oyard, saying Alice has sent a good set of challenges. You'll be able to answer most, and in fact I think the cost question is a case of adding up what you already you have in already, and then the difference is, second paragraph, from my experience, and perhaps not immediately obvious to our leading counsel, is scale. None of the businesses Brian Altman compared us to has a network the size of ours, and although some may operate agencies, none will have the unique relationship we do with sub-postmasters, nor the cash handling through individuals, etc. This appears to suggest that you had seen either Brian Altman's advice about the continuation of the Post Office prosecution role, or a detailed summary of it.
I certainly had not seen the original advice, and my recollection is that Chris Oyard had written a paper on this question of the future of prosecutions, where he gave some selective quotes from that advice attributed to Brian Altman.
That could equally have been done in relation to the other advices, the Clark advice of the 15th of July,
It could.
2nd of August,
Yeah.
or Mr. Altman's reviews. There are two advices in 2013 that he conducted.
Yeah.
That wasn't done even to that extent, was it? I.e. a summary with quotes.
No.
Was it the practice that you were not generally supplied with original documents emanating from legal folk?
Well, yes, clearly it was, but I didn't understand until very recently that that was, as it were, a conscious policy, if you see what I mean, rather than something that just hadn't happened. I didn't realise that. And of course, I have seen other things, other consultations between, for example, Susan Crichton and Richard Morgan very early on about the unwisdom of going down the independent review route, which I was totally unaware of. I mean, I had no idea that conversation had taken place, why it had taken place at that point when we had decided to go down that route, or, I mean, I would
Just
have
on that point, it looks rather as if she was going off to get some advice that might support her position, doesn't it?
Well, you said it. I didn't.
Would that be part of the approach of unnecessarily pushing back that you mentioned earlier?
Well, I didn't know about it when I said that.
No, but you do now.
I do now, yes. I think it's extraordinary, that anyway, I keep using that word in this context, so I'm sorry.
So is the position that you did not generally receive originating legal advice from the authors, but you received papers in which post office lawyers summarised it and quoted from it?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, that can come down. Going back to mid-2013 then, it's right that Alistair Marnock was deputed to deal with or to oversee the insurance position of the post office, wasn't it?
Yes.
Can we look, please, at poll 309-9331? And go to bottom of page 3, top of page 4, please. Thank you. So there's an email from Olwyn Lyons to you and others.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we'll see in a moment that this is about the 19th of July, 2013. And Olwyn Lyons says, "Dear all," and then over the page.
Okay.
On Tuesday, the board asked for information on the following 3 things. We can skip over 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And then if we scroll down a little further, 3, the impact on Horizon / Second Sight on our insurance cover. And then Ms. Lyons says that point is explained by Chris below, insurance. If we scroll down a bit, we discussed what impact the current Horizon issues might have on our insurance, on which we are advised by our insurance broker Miller. Their view is that whilst other insurance policies may be impacted, the most likely one is D&O, directors and officers. This is the added complication that it's the only policy we share with Royal Mail and was placed by their broker JLT. The excess on the policy varies under different criteria, but the main one is £25,000 on each and every claim. The meeting's being set up with JLT and Miller to ensure they're fully briefed on the issues before JLT engage with the insurer. And then there's a lot of email traffic.
Yes.
Go to page 1, please. You've been removed from the thread now.
Okay.
And this is a conversation by email between Alistair Marnock and Paula Venables.
Yeah.
And Alistair says, "I'm afraid Chris's answer I think that's the answer that we've just read,
Okay.
as supplemented a little in the email chain, but we needn't address that. Does not address the key question as to whether or not we've got cover. He dropped me a note which suggested we do, but it seems to suggest it would be under the director and officer cover. Like you, I'm concerned that we believe this policy would cover us for this sort of issue. Rather, I'm sure we will have a PI policy, professional indemnity or public liability policy, which will cover us for this and any other like issue. The follow-on issue is that to avoid the underwriters rejecting our claim, we need to keep them abreast of developments and any possible claims on this and any other issue. Experience tells me that keeping underwriters updated on this sort of developing issue can be very tricky, getting the balance right in levels of disclosure. Normally, I would have expected Chris to be involved in discussions with Susan, testing the thinking at each stage of the process, and then skipping a paragraph. The issues about any disclosure is that it will affect our premiums, even if the underwriters don't pay out. It's a bit like having to report near misses when you're driving as well as crashes. The result will be higher premiums, etc. Was this reported back to you?
I certainly had never seen that email at the time. I mean, I was aware that Alistair was taking the lead on this.
As chair of the Audit and Risk Committee.
Risk Committee, exactly. I think that was perfectly right, actually, both in the capacity that he had and also because he would have had a much better understanding of these sorts of issues than certainly I would have had.
Thank you. Can we turn to some related questions then, arising from questions put by Mr. Henry to Chris Day on Tuesday of this week, by looking at poll 302-1991. There's, I'm afraid, quite a long run up to the wicket here in getting to the questions, but I need to give you the context before we look at the issues of substance. Can we look at the bottom of the page, please? Thank you, stop there. If we just go up a little bit. We're in March 2014 in an email exchange between Andrew Parsons, and I think you would know he was a partner at Bond Dickinson.
I do now, yeah.
Did you then?
I don't think so, but I can't be sure. No, I don't think so, quite honestly.
David Oliver?
Yes, David Oliver was working in the post office.
Chris Oyard, Interim General Counsel, and Gavin Matthews, that's Mr. Parsons' colleague at Bond Dickinson.
Don't know.
And then he says, Mr. Parsons, please find attached the key pieces of a formal advice that have been prepared by Bond Dickinson. There are obviously thousands of other emails which provide further ad hoc advice. So the context, if you look at the subject matter, is that the post office is bringing in Linklaters to give advice. And here, Mr. Parsons is providing some of the material, some of the legal advice that the post office has previously received, so that Linklaters presumably can know about it.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
So he attaches a number of documents.
Right.
There's the note of the meeting with Richard Morgan at number 1, a settlement presentation at number 2, and then something called Insurance's Risks Note at 3. Can you see that?
Yes.
And he says that that note had the dual purpose of advising the board. Its contents were later reflected in a board paper and acting as notification to the post office's insurers, hence why this doesn't look like a traditional piece of legal advice. Okay, so this is Mr. Parsons saying in 2014 the insurance risk note had two purposes, advising the board, its contents were later reflected in a board paper, and a notification to the insurers. Okay?
Yes.
Can we look at the note, please, with that context in mind? Poll 302-1996. And if we go to page 4, please. We'll see that it's dated the 15th of August 2013.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
We go back to page 1. Horizon risks. And if we then go to page 2, under the heading risks to the post office,
Right. Yes.
prosecutions and convictions, as noted above, where circumstances warrant, Post Office prosecute sub-postmasters who have acted criminally. The basis of these prosecutions is often found in the transaction records recorded in Horizon as a result of Second Sight's investigation interim report. Post Office is reviewing all its criminal prosecutions over the last 3 years to identify any cases where a conviction may be unsafe.
Mm.
And then this, in particular, the expert evidence of one Post Office witness, Dr. Gareth Jenkins of Fujitsu, may have failed to disclose certain historic problems in the Horizon system. Under the criminal prosecution guidelines, Post Office has an obligation to disclose, even retrospectively, this previously undisclosed information to Sub-Postmasters Defence Counsel. Post Office is required to make these retrospective disclosures where the additional information, i.e. Dr. Jenkins' knowledge of historic but now resolved problems with Horizon, may have undermined a prosecution case or assisted with an accused's defence. Was that paper presented to the board?
No. I don't think that the board ever saw any papers directly from Bond Dickinson. Because when I looked at these papers recently, I didn't. If you look at the top right-hand corner of the top of the
There's the Bond Dickinson symbol.
and I honestly don't think I've ever seen that before in my life.
Were the contents of this paper, as Mr. Parsons said in his email that we read, later reflected in a board paper?
No, I mean, there was one sentence which I've already referred to in a paper from Chris Oja, which I think the sentence may have been repeated then in significant litigation reports, which made this very bland reference to looking for a new expert witness.
Yes, I'm looking at something that's
very precise.
other than bland.
Yeah, precisely, exactly. And I had never heard of Gareth Jenkins until the High Court case.
And so, although Mr. Parsons says the contents of this advice were later reflected in a board paper, your evidence is that, to your recollection, they were not.
Absolutely not, no. I mean, I'm absolutely sure that if I had known about it, I mean, I would not have forgotten, and B, I would have done something about it.
The document ought to have got to the board, or at least the substance of the information in it, shouldn't it?
Of course it should. Of course it should.
So
yes.
we can add this to the list of documents not passed to or appropriately summarised to Post Office's board, can't we?
We can.
I should say, just for the note, and this is mainly for you, sir, rather than for Miss Perkins, that I've checked the following, bearing in mind that this document is dated the 15th of August 2013. There was no board meeting in August 2013. Presumably, everyone was in Tuscany.
Not everybody.
25th of September 2013, the board asked for a noting paper on whether any claims on the business from Horizon work would be covered by indemnity or D&O insurance. 31st of August 2013, no mention of these issues. 27th of November 2013, no mention of these issues. 4th of December 2013, that was a meeting of a subcommittee of directors and the issue wasn't addressed. 21st of January 2014, an agenda for the board meeting says that a paper called, quote, Insurance Cover for Project Sparrow is to be presented as a noting paper, but no such noting paper is in fact within the board pack, and there's nothing in the minutes of that meeting about a discussion of that issue or even a paper being noted. So for the board meetings between August 2013 and March 2014, when Mr. Parsons wrote his email, I at least can see no record of this paper or a summary of it being presented to the board.
That's very helpful, Mr. Beer. Can I ask that your team, if it hasn't already started or doesn't already know the answer, try and ascertain what Mr. Parsons, well, we don't know that Mr. Parsons was the author of this, do we?
If we go to the top of the page.
Yeah. It's Bond Dickinson in the right-hand corner.
Yes, sorry, the very top of the page.
Ah, sorry.
And then if we scroll down to the bottom left-hand side, just right at the bottom, we can see a reference number at the foot of the page.
Yeah.
And then if we go to the last page and scroll up a little bit, we can see that it's signed off corporately.
Yeah, that was what was in my mind. So as of the date of the document, we don't yet know, is this correct, who actually authored it in Bond Dickinson, and just as importantly, what they did with it when it first came into existence.
So I think that's right. And of course, we'll get helpful assistance from Mr. Parsons on these issues when he gives his evidence.
Yeah, okay, fine. Thanks very much.
And so what I've been able to establish from the minutes of the board meetings and the agendas which set out which papers were put up to the board, either for decisions or noting, suggests that what you've said is right, that this was not placed before the board, even for noting. Again, can you help us as to what may have been going on at the executive team that meant that there was this collection of rather significant advice that never percolated to the board?
I honestly don't know. I mean, perhaps people weren't... So there are obviously a whole list of possible reasons for this. One is that people weren't paying attention, didn't understand. Another is that this was...
Sorry, just to stop there, to speak over you. That would mean that a succession of general counsels were each not paying attention.
Seems a bit...
On each occasion.
Yes.
To a variety of papers.
Yes, that absolutely. However, the documents that we're talking about, I've lost track of this, but the documents came in at different times, these documents that we're talking about, under different general counsels. So I think Chris Ojard said when he was here, I think he said that he had either not seen some of this or had assumed that it had already been shared with the board.
Yes. I mean, the two clerk advices are...
And they did come in before him. That is true.
Are on Susan Crichton's watch.
Yes.
The Altman advices post-date, at least three of them post-date September 2013, and therefore they're on his watch.
Yes.
And as I've said, Jane McLeod had a continuing interest in these issues because she was administering the Post Office's relationship with the CCRC. Yes.
Well, I mean, maybe it was too difficult. I mean, but I still don't really understand that, because if something's very difficult, then you want to share it to make it hopefully less difficult.
That can come down, thank you. Can we look, please, at paragraph 416 of your witness statement, which is page 410. So page 210, paragraph 416. You say, I welcome the CCRC's intervention.
Yes.
I believe the Horizon system was safe, but I couldn't see how the Post Office on its own could bring closure to the issue. So I thought it was helpful that another well-respected independent agency was getting involved, despite all the assurances that we'd been given, both external and internal. There was something wrong. If there was something wrong, the CCRC would be in a good position to find it. And similarly, at page 142, at paragraph 291, in fact, that's a separate issue. Dealing with the paragraph that I've drawn your attention to already, you welcomed the external scrutiny of the CCRC.
Absolutely.
Did everyone within Post Office senior executive team, to your knowledge, welcome the external scrutiny that the CCRC would bring?
I don't remember anyone telling me that they didn't. I think that I was I was quite speedy in saying I thought that we should welcome it and we absolutely should cooperate with it, because that was what I felt. And by the time of the paragraph that you were just looking at, I think it's in the context of 2015, and by then, you know, it was clear that, I think as I say in there, it just didn't seem to me that the Post Office was going to be able to find a real resolution to this without another body that was a really authoritative body that had powers of its own independently, that could look into this and decide for itself whether things were all right or not.
And was that consistently your position from when the first communication from the CCRC came in July 2013?
Yes, I mean, I'd never worked with the CCRC, but I would have taken an organisation like that. I would have been very respectful of an organisation like that, and I would have wanted everything that should be done to be done.
Can we look, please, at poll 0014-6704? And if we just look at the top part, thank you. It's not an email exchange involving you,
Okay.
but it's about a briefing to be provided to you. It's between Andy Holt and Sir Wyn Williams. Do you remember who Mr. Holt was?
No.
Okay. He says, hi Alwyn, this is based on an update I pulled together for the CEO's report that's going to the board. I think this feels like the right sort of level for Alice, James Arbuthnot. And then he cuts into the email the Project Sparrow update. Can you see that?
The paler writing, is that the cut-in?
No, the whole thing, I think.
Oh, the whole thing.
Yeah. And in the second paragraph of the proposed update to you, he says, Brian Altman QC's first review has now been received. This first review looked into the Post Office's compliance with its prosecution duties in light of Second Sight's findings. In particular, it considered Post Office's legal duty to ensure Second Sight's findings were fully disclosed to any person who's currently been or has previously been prosecuted by Post Office. He concluded the Post Office is complying with its duties and the approach adopted by the prosecution team was fundamentally sound. And then this, the report gives Post Office good grounds to resist any formal external review of its historic prosecutions, i.e. by the CCRC. Was that sentiment communicated to you, that you'd received advice, the Post Office had received advice from Brian Altman, which gave good grounds to resist external scrutiny by the CCRC?
No, I don't think I've ever heard that before.
Were the sentiments in this proposed update conveyed to you, i.e. they were taking the opposite view to you about the CCRC? They were pleased that Mr. Altman had provided the Post Office with grounds to resist scrutiny. They were using the review to fend off the CCRC.
I don't remember very much about this, but I think that I may have picked up some sort of flavour, nothing like these terms here, but some sort of flavour of wanting this to go away, shall we say? And I think that's why there's I think some board minutes, I think quite late on, 2015, I think, where I said, or it's recorded, that the board had said that we wanted the Post Office to cooperate fully, or words to that effect. And I think it may have been me who said that, but it's not attributed to me.
I mean, this, if we look at the top of the email, hi, Alwyn, this is based on an update I pulled together for the CEO's report that is going to the board.
Yeah.
It seems that those within the Post Office hadn't got the message from you as to how they should be approaching external scrutiny, i.e. they were prepared to write a CEO's report that would be going to the board and to you, saying, good news, Brian Altman has given us good grounds to resist review by the CCRC.
Well, I think at that stage, I was only dimly aware of if I was aware at all. There was some correspondence between the CCRC and Paula Venables and Susan Kryon, I think in 2013. I may be
in
wrong
July,
about
yes.
this. Yeah,
yes.
Which I don't think I saw at the time, but I think that there was some sort of reference to it, one of those passing references in a subsequent board paper.
My question essentially is, you've told us in your witness statement that your view throughout is that the Post Office should be welcoming scrutiny.
Yes.
By the CCRC, the statutory body.
Yes.
Do you know how it's the case that your message had seemingly not found its way down to those within the organisation, that they were seemingly taking the opposite view?
I don't know, because, I mean, in fairness to whoever these people were, I don't think I had expressed that view about the CCRC at that point.
That's what I'm going to be driving at. Do you think that you are maybe less welcoming of the scrutiny at this time, 2013,
No.
as you now like to think looking back?
No, sorry, that's not what I was saying at all. I think what I'm trying to say here is that correspondence with the CCRC that was happening in 2013, I did not see that at the time, and it was only referenced in passing in a board paper in 2013 or whenever that was. And I didn't express a view, I don't think, about it at the time. I'm not sure, but it absolutely was not my position at any point to be resistant to the CCRC's involvement. But it was later, in 2015, when we were much more aware of this, that I was explicitly positive about it.
Thank you. This time, late October 2013, were you aware of a Fujitsu employee who was considered to be an unsafe witness?
I didn't know there was this reference. No, absolutely not. I didn't know that there was an unsafe witness. Well, actually, hang on a minute. Sorry, I'm getting a bit tired now. I think that I referred earlier to an email that Paula Venables had sent me, which had a list of things she was updating me on.
I'm going to come to that. And
Okay, but I can't remember when that was.
It is October 2013.
Okay.
If you're getting tired now, I'll make this the last set of questions, and we'll pick it up fresh tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you.
So can we look, please, at that email?
Yeah.
Poll 0038 2001. Foot of the page, please. Thank you. So it's about the same time, the email we just looked at on
yes.
CCRC
Yeah.
review being maybe unnecessary in the light of the Altman advice. An email of the 21st of October from Paula Venables to you,
Yeah.
signing out. Hi Alice, don't worry about the lateness of the note. It's 3 minutes to 1 in the morning. I'm clearing the tray before signing out. I hope your weekend has been good despite the autumn rains. A couple of updates, and then second update. My concern re Sparrow is our obligations of disclosure re an unsafe witness. The representative from Fujitsu, this is in brackets, made statements about no bugs, which later could have been seen to have been undermined by the second site report. We do not think it material, but it could be high profile. Martin Edwards is briefed if you want more detail. This is just in case. And then if we scroll up, please. You say, Paula, thank you for this, all clear and helpful. I hope you get a real break this week. And then you talk about a separate issue. Ms. Venables replies, put it down to a late night grump. That's something to do with something else. She's been out for a muddy run at the local abbey and done some gardening. And then you say thank you at the top, okay?
Yeah.
So this email told you that there was an issue of disclosure which related to an unsafe witness who was a representative from Fujitsu.
Yeah.
Presumably you would have been concerned about that.
I didn't remember seeing this email until it was shown to me very, very recently indeed.
Looking back at it now, whether you remember an email that was sent over a decade ago or not, one wouldn't blame you if you didn't remember an email sent a decade ago. Looking back at it now, reading the words as they appear on the page, you would have been concerned at receiving an email which said that there was an issue of disclosure concerning an unsafe witness who was a representative of Fujitsu.
But she goes on to say, can we...
Yeah, if we go down to the bottom of the page.
Mind?
She says, we don't think it's material, but it could be high profile.
This is just in case. It's obvious from the email exchange with her that I didn't react to that. And I think that, I can't explain to you now why I didn't react to that. I wish that I had reacted to that. But I think if your chief executive is saying to you that we do not think it's material, and this is just in case, I'm afraid I took that at face value. I shouldn't have done.
We know that this was written on the back of the Brian Altman KC General Review of the 15th of October 2013, which mentions an unsafe witness. And does not say in any way at all that this is not material. He mentions Gareth Jenkins 55 times in his advice, and the word material dozens of times, and in particular highlights the case of Seema Mishra, on a dozen or so occasions.
Yeah.
Was this because of the balm that was poured on it in this email by Miss Venables, an opportunity missed to see, in fact, what Mr. Altman was saying about the unsafe witness?
It clearly was a missed opportunity. I mean, of course, it doesn't refer to Brian Altman's advice here.
No.
But, you know, I don't know what I can say about this. I don't remember seeing it, but it's quite clear from the record that I didn't pick up on it. And I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry about that.
Thank you. It's 4:10 now. So can we call a halt to the proceedings now and recommence at 9:45 tomorrow?
Yes, that's what we'll do. Ms. Perkins, I'm sure it's the last thing on your mind that you want to talk about your evidence overnight. But if you do, please resist the temptation. All right?
Yes, I'm happy to resist the temptation. Thank you.
Thank you,
So we'll resume at 9:45 tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
very much.